We're back, Canada's back. From the snow to the skyline, watch the red leaf rise. New friends, new power, new pride inside. It's Canada's time, our comeback's alive. We've been waiting, rebuilding, our future's on fire. Innovation and unity lift us higher. Made in the north with the world in our hands. We're open for dreamers across this land. From the coast to the farm, from the port to the stage, we're writing our story on a brand new page. Oh, Canada's come back, stronger than before. New friends, new markets, the world's at our door. Together we build, we rise, we shine. Canada's come back, this moment's so fine. This moment's so fine. The world's tuning in, do you feel that sound? The heartbeat of progress, it's going round. New power flows through everything we do. With hope in our hearts, we're breaking through. We're back, united, unbreakable, bold, grateful, strong, future gold. Our comeback story, we're making it real. This is our anthem, our power, our feel. Canada's come back, the dream's alive. Canada's come back, the dream's alive. From the city lights to the northern sky. From the city lights to Bay and its dark. New friends, new power, the world can see. Canada's come back, and it starts with we. Canada's come back, the Canada's come back.
You said I had you once, now you're never coming back. But I can prove to you that you just can't leave me flat. I got 2,000 games, they don't compare to you. Unlike them, I'll finish you before I get something new. I love you, don't you see that if you come back, I'll be your final fantasy. I need you like oxygen, so won't you come and dance in my pinata pen? Oh, oh, oh yeah. I'll be a Princess Peach, you'll be my Mario, and at the end of the level you'll slide down my flagpole, and like the Master Chief, I'll get you from behind. Although my sword is factory sealed, I'll break it out for you tonight. I love you, don't you see that if you come back, I'll be your final fantasy. I need you like Game of Fuel, and if we crack down, I got some secret orbs for you. I've been living 2 half-lives without you, and my heart is full of coffee that's hot for you. You don't have to choose between naked and solid, 'cause my snake is the big boss. He knows what he's gotta do. I love you. Can't you see? If you come back, I'll be your final fantasy. I need you like I need to bathe, and if you hold me close, I'll pierce your lock with my keyblade. I love you, don't you see that if you come back, I'll let you waggle with my Wii. I need you, please don't say no, 'cause if you come over, we'll play some Nintendo.
Hey, Quagmire, what do you got there? It's the new Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Check it out.
Those swimsuit issues don't excite me like they used to. I've been spoiled by internet porn.
It's true. Totally. What do you mean internet porn?
You, don't know about internet porn?
Don't know what? I'm not really a computer guy.
Quagmire, I would think you, of all people, would know about internet porn.
They've got like thousands, literally millions of naked pictures on the internet. What?
And videos, thousands of them.
You guys are messing with me. Quagmire, you don't use the internet? You mean that crappy dial-up thing that's a pain in the ass? No, I don't use the damn internet. I thought that was for nerds. Why didn't you guys tell me?
Oh yeah, you can even see Tanya Harding's honeymoon video on there. I mean, it's gross, but it's like famous gross.
Quagmire? Hey, nobody's seen you in days. Hey, Peter. I've just been, checking out some of that internet porn. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna go and check my mail over there. You been lifting weights? No. No, I don't think it. No. I'm sorry, Peter. I gotta get back.
I keep chasing that same old devil down the same old dead-end highway. Riding that storm running through my veins like a shot down tailspin airplane. I'm scared of nothing and I'm scared to death. I can't breathe and I catch my breath. But I keep chasing that same old devil down the same old dead-end highway. Ain't no love in Oklahoma, just the whistle of a long black train. You'll know when it's coming for you, riding in on the wind and rain. I got saved in the same red river, the same red river trying to drown me. It ain't knocking me down, I'm standing my ground with the whole world falling all around me. I keep running, but I'm standing still. Pray for peace, but I need the thrill. So I keep chasing that same old devil down the same old dead-end highway. Ain't no love in Oklahoma, just the whistle of a long black train. You'll know when it's coming for you, riding in on the wind and rain.
don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Your eyes don't lie. A pair of daggers cutting through my mind. Your stare, it rips a hole into my life. Am I supposed to leave this all behind? It's on my skin. Your scent is poison when I breathe you in. It's there with every single breath I take. If this is it, then don't resuscitate. I've gone and put myself through this for the very last time. I'm not gonna punish myself when I know that the fault is not mine. It's on my skin. Your scent is poison when I breathe you in. I've gone and put myself through this for the very last time. Don't you speak. You think I'm hurting, but I'm not that weak. I guarantee I won't be losing sleep. 'Cause you're the one that made this incomplete. I've gone and put myself through this for the very last time. I'm not gonna punish myself when I know that the fault is not mine. Don't you speak. You think I'm hurting, but I'm not that weak. I've gone and put myself through this for the very last time. I've gotten and put myself through this for the very last time.
Stanley, open the door. Open the door. Let me in.
What?
Stanley, what are you doing to yourself?
What the hell? You don't like it?
Stanley!
You like it?
Stanley!
What? Don't call me that, okay? Don't call
Don't
me
you
that.
think you're taking this too far? Stanley! Stanley!
Got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window. And I can't see it all. Even if I could, it'll all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad. My tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why. Got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window. And I can't see it all. Even if I could, it'll all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad.
Dear Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back in autumn, you must not have got them. There probably was a problem at the post office or something. Sometimes I scribble addresses too sloppy when I jot them. But anyways, what's been up, man? How's your daughter? My girlfriend's pregnant too, I'm about to be a father. If I have a daughter, guess what I'ma call her? I'ma name her Bonnie. I read about your Uncle Ronnie too, I'm sorry. I had a friend kill himself over something who didn't want him. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest fan. I even got the underground that you did with Scam. I got a room full of your posters and your pictures, man. I like what you did with Ruckus too, that was fat. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back, just a chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan. This is Stan.
Tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why. Got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window. And I can't see it all. Even if I could, it'll all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad.
Dear Slim, you still ain't called a row. I hope you have a chance. I ain't mad. I just think it's up you don't answer fans. If you didn't want to talk to me outside the concert, you didn't have to. But you could have signed an autograph for Matthew. That's my little brother, man. He's only 6 years old. We waited in the blistering cold for you for 4 hours and you just said no. That's pretty, man. You're like his f***ing idol. He wants to be just like you, man. He likes you more than I do. I ain't that mad, though. I just don't like being lied to. Remember when we met in Denver? You said if I write you would write back. See, I'm just like you in a way. I never knew my father neither. He used to always cheat on my mom and beat her. I can relate to what you're saying in your songs. So when I have a day, I drift away and put them on. Cause I don't really got else. So that helps when I'm depressed. I even got a tattoo with your name across the chest. Sometimes I even myself to see how much it's like adrenaline. The pain is such a sudden rush for me. See, everything you say is real, and I respect you cause you tell it. My girlfriend's jealous cause I talk about you 24/7. But she don't know you like I know you, Slim. No one does. She don't know what it was like for people like us growing up. You gotta call me, man. I'll be the biggest fan you'll ever lose. Sincerely yours, Stan. P.S. We should be together too.
Tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why. Got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window. And I can't see it all. Even if I could, it'll all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad.
Dear mister, I'm too good to call and write my fans. This will be the last package I ever send your ass. It's been 6 months and still no word. I don't deserve it. I know you got my last 2 letters. I wrote the addresses on them perfect. So this is my cassette I'm sending you. I hope you hear it. I'm in the car right now. I'm doing 90 on the freeway. Hey Slim, I took a fifth of minute drive. You know the song by Phil Collins, In the Air of the Night, about that guy who could have saved that other guy from drowning but didn't? Then Phil saw it all and at a show he found him. That's kind of how this is. You could have rescued me from drowning. Now it's too late. I'm on 1,000. Now I'm drowsy. And all I wanted was a lousy letter or a call. I hope you know I ripped all of your pictures off the wall. I love you, Slim. We could have been together. Think about it. You ruined it now. I hope you can't sleep and you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you can't sleep and you scream about it. I hope your conscience eats at you when you can't breathe without me. See, Slim? I'm trying to talk. Hey, Slim, that's my girlfriend. but I didn't throw. I just, see, I ain't like you, cause if she's something more, and then she'll too. Well, gotta go. I'm almost to the bridge now. Oh, I forgot. How am I supposed to send it out? Dear Stan, I meant to write you sooner, but I've just been busy. You said your girlfriend's pregnant now. How far along is she? Look, I'm really flattered you would call your daughter that. And here's an autograph for your brother. I wrote it on the starter cap. I'm sorry I didn't see you with the show. I must have missed you. Don't think I did that intentionally just to diss you. But what's you said about you like to hit your wrist too? I say that you're just clowning, dog. Come on, how can bitch? You got some issues, Stan. I think you need some counseling to help your ass from bouncing off the walls when you get down some. And what's that type of still make me not want us to meet each other. I really think you and your girlfriend need each other, but maybe you just need to treat her better. I hope you get to read this letter. I just hope it reaches you in time before you hurt yourself. I think that you'll be doing just fine if you relax a little. I'm glad I inspire you, but Stan, why are you so mad? Try to understand that I do want you as a fan. I just don't want you to do some crazy. I seen this one on the news a couple weeks ago that made me sick. Some dude was drunk and drove his car over a bridge. And in the car they found a tape, but it didn't say who it was to. Come to think about it, his name was, it was you. Damn.
The 5000 series is a piece of shit. The power cord is melting again. The customer service is non-existent, and the only thing that works is the DRM. Sick of this bullshit, sick of the price hikes, sick of the corporate greed. NVIDIA, you will rot in hell. The 5000 series is a piece of shit. The power cord is melting again. The customer service is non-existent, and the only thing that works is the DRM. Sick of this bullshit, sick of the price hikes, sick of the corporate greed. NVIDIA, you will rot in hell. The 5000 series is a piece of shit. The power cord is melting again. The customer service is non-existent, and the only thing that works is the DRM. Now I won't be able to play my favorite games, the latest of the Elder Scrolls or the Witcher series. Now I won't be able to run my cleaning programs. My business is destroyed because of your greed. Think of this bullshit, think of the price hikes, think of the corporate greed. You will rot in hell. The 5000 series is a piece of shit. The power cord is melting again. The customer service is non-existent, and the only thing that works is the DRM. Think of this bullshit, think of the price hikes, think of the corporate greed. You will rot in hell.
Sick of this bullshit, sick of the price hike, sick of the corporate greed and NVIDIA. You will rot in hell. Sick of this bullshit, sick of the price hike, sick of the corporate greed and NVIDIA. You will rot in hell, in hell.
One second, guys. What the hell's happening here now? One second. All right. Okay, guys, there we go. We got it fixed. All right. As Gay Bitcher said, welcome YouTube. Welcome Rumble. Welcome Twitch. Your king has arrived. All right, guys. So, we do have some news before we get into this. 1 second. I got to fix one thing. All right. Sorry about that. I had to fix my ball neon light. I turn it off when I'm going to bed because it's really fucking bright. Okay, so let's have a discussion. Well, first off, we do get to let you guys know, do make sure that you guys have your Rumble Premium accounts set up and you're good with Premium. You've got your Premium going. Because this weekend, Friday, we have a stream for you. And Sunday, I have a stream for you. But they will be Rumble Premium only streams. All right, here, buddy. No, I just I re-sparked up the old partnership, and so I got the promo code and everything working for you guys. But so, as I said, make sure you guys have your Rumble Premium up to date and it's running, because again, those two streams will be Rumble Premium only streams. So you'll only be able to watch them on Rumble, and you would have to be a Rumble Premium Rumble Premium member. I got to do so many hours of Rumble Premium, so our streams, so this way I can do it. So tomorrow's stream, we're gonna be talking about a guy, who is going after smaller channels, okay, and using he's using YouTube's copyright system in a very negative and bad way. Okay.
No, we didn't do the Rumble. We're still not so the regular streams, the Monday through Thursday streams, are not exclusive to Rumble. There's just only 2 streams every so often I'll do that are Rumble Premium only, and that just has to do with the creator program. Any of you guys who have ever worked with the creative program know that there's certain requirements to stay on the creative program. So if we can get enough chats, we can get enough hours viewed, we'll be able to stay on it for next month. Anyways, so again, like your regular fanboy stream will go across all platforms, okay? And same with the hanging with the community and all the other streams. It's just every once in a while we'll be doing a Rumble Premium only stream just to make Rumble happy. So that's, and I'm still working on the Streamlabs. The overlay that I had set up I didn't quite like, so I'm gonna sit and work on it a little more and try to get it to so it looks good for you guys. And it should help our frame drop that we were having when we were doing game streams. So, all right. So first, we got to start. Yeah, I got to sit and fix it. Like I'm figuring out so I haven't used Streamlabs in quite a while, to be honest with you guys. And last time I used it, you didn't have to create an event on YouTube, and I didn't know that. So I had to get that fixed and situated. Like I liked the way that the scenes would change, and I did like the crown, and I like the skull crossbones. But like there's just some things about it that I didn't like. And I tried removing those items from the overlay, but they wouldn't let me. Oh, yeah. That was another issue we're having. So, I didn't know that was happening either. So I definitely will have to fix that as well. But I did get it to work on both Rumble and YouTube. It was just a matter of getting everything situated. So, all right, we're gonna start because Cody Bell proceeded to put a post about me. So we got Cody Bell sitting here. What an A-tard. You call me an A-tard because I was working on the testing the stream to make sure it was running. Oh, so me making sure everything's running smooth and looks good and is a bad thing, and I'm gonna A-tard for it. Okay. Collective Retro said, "The one true king." Exactly. I am the one true king. Feffert said, "Hell, my dumbass figured out Streamlabs." Okay, so this is what I gotta say to that. Cody Bell, Feffert, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. You do know Streamlabs doesn't just work where you just turn record and call it good, right? Just like OBS, you have to sit there and get the layers right. You have to sit there and get the scenes correct. There is a whole like setup to it. It's not just click record and go. It's not that simple. Red Rub, absolutely. Absolutely, Dean got conquered. All right. So, I had to put that motherfucker back in his grave. All right. So, Elbow has only one video we haven't watched. So, let's see this dumbass has to say. Like, do you ever flick your fucking ash off your cigarette, dude? Like, come on now.
The V-neck returns. Who's drinking?
Not everyone wears V-necks there, buddy. Technically, I'm the kind of person who doesn't like. I'll throw whatever I have on, like that's clean, and call it good. I'm not gonna sit there and make myself all look purty and shit because it doesn't make sense to me. So that's just me.
This fucking Carla Costa with fucking stick arms, a fucking purse, and a gay sombrero adorning his fucking.
Yeah, see, I don't really care. Why is he going V-necks here? Like, what's the whole point in that? Who cares? Like, why is that such a concern for you, Elwood? Like, well, that's really what the whole point was. Like, I don't care if you're gonna wear a V-neck. I really don't care what you wear. Once in a great while, I'll wear a V-neck, but first off, I live in the cold ass state of Minnesota. So, most of the year we can't wear t-shirts and V-necks and all that shit because it's too goddamn fucking cold. So there's that. Hey Ben. On top of that, like, who cares? Who fucking cares? Oh, we do have Dreamcast guy and Harmon Smith. And on top of that, there's some new stuff that came out about Nintendo's patent situation. So we're gonna watch that too.
Gay fucking head. He's got stick on.
Albert, you're not beating the allegations. I've said this multiple fucking times. See, I don't know if he's even trying at this point because obviously he's not, or he can't be trying to try to beat these allegations. But either A, you're a closeted homosexual. B, you're a scorn lover. Or C, you're homophobic. See, I think I have these list of things that I think Albert could be. And everyone kind of just like Ben and other people kind of see what I'm talking. They understand where I'm going with that. Like, if you watched Albert, you know what I mean because he says this is gay, that is gay, everything's gay. It's like not everyone says that shit. Majority of people don't say that shit unless, well, okay, straight men don't say it. People who don't hate gays don't say it. So the only thing, again, is either A, he's a closeted homosexual, B, he's a scorn lover for Cyrus, or C, yeah, but it's not the 90s anymore there, buddy. Or what was the last one? Because I know I had one. Oh, yeah. He's homophobic.
Arms. But he lays down fucking carpet. This Carla Costa who uses
Exactly, Ben. Exactly.
the game genie on his games. His games are glitchy and shitty looking from his fucking AliExpress garbage fucking capture card. It cost him $20.
You do know you could probably get capture cards from fucking Amazon for $20? Like, what are we doing here? Like, have you ever gone to any site Like, it's not hard to find a $20 capture card anymore. And in some cases, you don't even have to buy a fucking capture card.
It's fucking Carla Costa, who mumbles into the mic. He's one step away from Retardo Cody. What he doing? Retardo Cody. I don't know why. Retardo Cody's all sad.
Pretty much, it is all the same price. I don't tend to like to use AliExpress because I had a bad experience with them, and so I don't use them. But I do remember looking through this stuff, and it's pretty much just the same price.
On his channel, he's clocking in more time to his 25 hours of fucking streaming in 1 week. It's up to close to 30 now. 30 hours of this Star Tropics. The game's breaking his brain. There's mold all inside of the.
Do you know how many fucking games I've played that break your guys' fucking brains? Trust me, I've seen it in the fucking chats. I've seen it in the fucking comments. I've seen it in your guys' fucking videos. You guys aren't good gamers. Like, I hate to break your heart. So you're getting mad at someone else for challenging himself at a game that when you guys don't challenge yourself. Recently I've been playing Forza Horizon 5. And when it's done installing, I'm gonna be playing Ark again. So but I do tend to try new games every so often. Like, I'll sit there and be like, oh well, I'm gonna try this game today, and then I'll sit there, play it, have a good time, challenge myself. I'm never against a new challenge.
Fucking game. There's mold everywhere. There's no PC like he promised. There's no job for Retardo Cody.
How do you know if he has a PC or not? Are you like stalking him through his window or something? For some reason, I see you doing this. Sesame Street Adventure? I don't even. I've never played it, so I wouldn't know.
There's just a fucking leech in a fucking basement doing nothing. This fucking Mike L, the burger fucker. You have Carla Costa riding your fucking coattails, riding your dick, Mike L, burger fucker. He wants my.
And not to mention, you want dudes riding your dick almost every goddamn week. Or like 20 times a day or something, like stupid shit like that.
Drops for his fucking gay channel. Fucking, why do you get your own drops? Fucking Carla fucking gay fucking Acosta. The only thing that can make Mike L's channel better is when the prompts tell him to turn in his gay rally game, where he gets dead last every fucking time.
Please tell me you don't know how rally works without telling me you don't know how rally works. There's usually someone on a headset or a walkie somewhere telling you where to turn. That's why rally racing usually requires a team. But hey, it's not like there's an entire racing franchise that added a rally expansion that is notorious for being a racing sim. So I don't know, man.
At least the rally game is clear. At least I can hear the audio. It's not like Hi in America, my guy, where the whole fucking thing is glitched. where the frame rate slows to a goddamn fucking stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Albert is definitely an HIV spreader. Okay, so you're complaining about my frame rate from last stream. If you obviously you're watching, if you knew what was actually going on and paying attention, you would know that oh, wait, I was working on fixing that in the background. It's almost as if just added a new fucking bill to my list of fucking bills every goddamn month to fix that problem. What?
You can't play Sonic the Hedgehog. At least he's playing a game that is entertaining. At least he has people that are not herpy derpies pulling up to eat a fucking burger.
The herpy derpies show up in my chat quite often, and I have no problem with them being here. What new bill? Yeah. To multi-stream with Streamlabs, you actually have to pay a subscription. But I consider all that stuff considered as bills. And trust me, I'm like spending I'd say close to $1,000 in bills every month. So
Mike L has pretty gloves. He's getting new gloves. Why don't you do this, Mike L? Since you're such an elbow fucking hand.
I could tell. You know, did you not like hear that way he brought that up? No. Just mostly living expenses, to be honest with you. Okay. I don't know how. But, hey.
Your Honor, your whole identity is me saying you eat bird.
You do realize your whole identity and your entire group's identity is the PSG, the pedophile support group. I am the reason why you guys are called the PSG. Like, come on.
You fucking asswipe. Drinking out of a fucking lemonade jar. Gay fucker. Mike L, why don't you make custom gloves with the Jollibee symbol on it? You fucking try-hard bitch. Why don't you get pink fucking shoes and have my voice telling you when to turn?
Because no one wants your voice in their fucking ear, dude. Come on now. I don't even like having your fucking voice in my ear when I'm watching your stupid fucking videos. Other people feel the exact same goddamn way, dude. Like, come on.
Left, right. Instead of some blockety block cocksucker. How can you understand what that blockety block shit is? Fucking Mike L. Yeah, go ahead and stream right over Mike L. Nobody cares, Ron Damone. Mike L doesn't want to watch your fucking garbage Game Genie shit.
Hey, didn't Ron Damone remind you guys that I fucking cooked your asses? Like, come on now. At least Ron actually gets the fucking facts straight. I'm not saying he does it every time. I'm not saying anyone gets it right every time. But he gets it right a lot more times than you guys do.
Cyrus Martin pulled up to your fucking stream. Cyrus Martin ought to be ashamed of himself. Cyrus Martin, it fits right in, actually.
You have no control of what Cyrus does. Why are you getting all butthurt because Cyrus does something you don't want him to do? It almost sounds like you're being a little controlling there, buddy. If Cyrus decides to watch is on him. It's not on you. You have no control over that. You can't tell him how to do things or what to do. You realize this, right?
He's at home on your channel. He is blowing into carts. This Cyrus Martin can't get Life Force to run, so he blows his disgusting alcohol breath into the fucking cartridge. Like he's blowing into a fucking...
Dude, you probably have to blow into a fucking breathalyzer to even start a car. And you're saying he's blowing his alcoholic breath into a fucking cartridge to play a game? It's almost like a double standard there. Like, well, I don't even think you can drive a car. I'm pretty sure you had that revoked. But, hey.
Breathalyzer. This fucking drunk, sad fucking I love you evil creams fucker uses a joystick to play fucking Contra and then dies over and over again. Why are you using a NES Advantage, NES Advantage to play Contra? Cyrus fucking Martin.
Who cares how he's playing the game? At least he's fucking playing the game. Jesus fucking Christ, I have to deal with this with every fucking fanboy. Okay? Why is it so important on how they're playing the game? If they're playing the game, having a good time, let them play the game and have a good time. I just don't get how you need to get upset about that. That's just me. Like, what concern is it of you that he's playing a game the way he wants to play it and he's enjoying it? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I sometimes throw mods in my games, depending on the game, obviously. It's usually custom mods, like I'll change something in the game to look different. Or like now when I play Ark, I'm used to using mods all the goddamn time because that's like that's majority of the servers. So like you gotta realize, just let them do it. I don't care if the advantage sucked. The way I look at it, okay, let them play the game they want and how they want. Like, Game Shark existed, and there was always at least one or two games you had to use cheats for, or you couldn't actually complete it. What's the wait a minute? Exactly. That's simple. I yell at people for defending those companies. I don't yell at them for playing the games. There's a difference. It's defending the corporate greed. I don't care if you like the games, and you like playing on that device, but you absolutely should not be defending corporations and corporate greed. That gets them to the position they are to screw you and pull every red cent out of your pocket. And it screws up the entire industry. That's not a double standard. I don't know how you think that's a double standard. No, I have gone off people based off defending bad games, defending bad companies, and defending companies' actions. Like I've fucking made fun of Harmon Smith quite a few times for defending Nintendo. And you can't tell me Nintendo is an anti-consumer. I've made fun of other like PlayStation fanboys. PlayStation fanboys do the same thing. What do you mean by that, Ben? Are you talking about the people who defend it, or are you talking about the actual corporations? Because if the corporations were pro-consumer, they'd still be able to make games.
With a Swiss cheese brain. This Cyrus
Not really. But yeah, let's move on.
Martin fucking playing Contra with an NES Advance because he wants Turbo. He's a Turbo dick sucker. He's like Turbo Joe. Fucking Cyrus fucking Martin. This Pecan the Dong. He likes to lie. Pecan the Dong. He doesn't even watch my videos. You watched me goof on your fucking filthy, disgusting turtle tank where your turtle was choking on mold inside the fucking tank. Peeking the Dong. Now you fucking are on Green Thumb's channel. How'd you find that channel?
All right. 1 second, guys. Fucking. Okay, Rumble Studios, what's this all about? When is greed good, though? All right. All right, we're going to do a campaign, guys. All right. You've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast, and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. Plus, Premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scene drops, and more from your favorite creators. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code studio at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code studio. No ads, more freedom, and content you actually care about. That's the deal. All right. Yes, consumerism is good, but anti-consumerism is bad. Yeah, no more shitty ads. No one likes ads.
Peeking the fucking Dong. I own your life. 50 fucking deep. Pull up!
Okay. Wasn't Hey Ben, if I'm not right, isn't there like a video or like a kind of a song that's makes fun of the fact that he says PK in the dong all the time? All right. So, it looks like Nintendo's patent situation got worse for them. Um, to be honest with you, it sounds like that war is almost done. Everything that's going on. I watched the presidential address the other day. Well, what do you mean by you don't know? Pro consumerism is literally what helps companies grow. Look at Steam, look at Valve. They have become the number one video game storefront. Why? Because they're pro consumerism. It's almost as if you give the customers what they want and they'll spend their money. Probably not, because I gotta work. I got things I need to do and responsibilities, and I can't be shipped around the country right now. Yeah, the PK song. Yeah, but I don't need a job right now, so
What I'm talking about. You see, yesterday was April Fool's. Now, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You see, yesterday was April Fool's, but what happened the other day is absolutely no joke.
it's just gray hairs in his beard, dude.
You see, for the past few months, maybe even longer, we've been dealing with Nintendo going around and throwing lawsuits at basically everybody, taking down emulators all over the place, removing repos from GitHub, and even trying to sue the US government over the tariff situation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all happened. It's oh no, it's Alex. He's talking about the Nintendo situation. I like Alex because we agree that pro consumerism is the best route.
They've really gone beyond everything you could possibly ever imagine. But it turns out that yesterday things got even crazier for Nintendo because in all of this happening, they've also been suing Pal World. And if you
Oh, yeah, that's happened. Um, I've already formed my opinion about the whole situation. I think what Nintendo's been doing with these patents is very greedy, and it's anti-consumer, and it's anti-competition. That's not why they sued the U.S. government. It was over the tariffs.
haven't been keeping up with the story, don't worry, I'll catch you up right now. You see, happening is that Pal World and Nintendo are in a massive legal battle. But the thing is, it's not for what you actually might think. What Nintendo is trying to sue Pal World for are specific gameplay mechanics that Nintendo feels they have the right to, that they own apparently, even though there were many games before Nintendo that had those mechanics and many other games.
So yeah, that was my biggest grief. So when everything came out about all these patents, like they tried to, so remember, yeah, so they tried to patent writing a mount. Okay. Sorry, Nintendo, but you didn't create that. That wasn't your design. Okay. That already existed in games prior to any Nintendo game. So at the end of the day, going after patents for things you don't own or didn't even invent is kind of shitty. They try to put a patent on throwing a fucking ball. Okay, so you think I'm copying his opinion even though I'm for pro-consumerism? Yeah, exactly, Dark. Nintendo thinks they own everything. That's pretty much what's been happening. I've already formed my opinion when it all started to happen. When everything unfolded, when Power World absolutely dominated Pokemon. And why they pissed? Because they made a better game and they don't want to compete. And it's because I agree with what he's saying. Okay? Because I know Nintendo fanboys are going to probably defend this. And they have been defending it.
Even after Nintendo that use those same mechanics as well. Things like summoning a pet or a monster, going around and using a mount, or dare I say, even throwing a ball to catch.
Oh my god, I remember that shit. And I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Um Nintendo at one point, one of the patents that they tried to put in was, I remember the throwing the ball one. I was like, do you know how many fucking games that have existed in the world that require you to throw a ball? Because I chew tobacco. What? This is your first time here?
Something is exactly what Nintendo has been trying to patent. And things were looking pretty dire for a while. For some reason, the US government was in fact approving Nintendo's patents, even though
He does like his Fudanari.
they were filed after the initial lawsuit with Power World, and they could clearly implicate basic.
Actually, majority of his viewers are in their 30 or about mid 20s to 40s. So, yeah. I just go look it up. I'm not going to go into detail on what it is.
Every other major game developer and every other major game in the entire industry. Basically, everything pulling back and saying Nintendo owns this specific kind of mechanic and nobody else can use it, impacting everything. Want to write?
So that was also my big concern. So when they wanted to implement all this fucking shit, it was like, dude, you don't own this shit. Why are you trying to patent something you don't own or even created? That was my thought process when everything just came out. There you go. It depends on the food and I. There's multiple levels of food and I.
At a mountain World of Warcraft? You can't. Nintendo owns that for some weird reason. Want to throw a ball? Nope, can't do that. Not in NBA 2K. Nintendo apparently owns that too. They were trying to do everything under the sun, and clearly it was all nothing more than a scramble to try and put Power World into massive legal debt and then drop the case overall. But the thing is, here's the kicker. Even though Nintendo has a crack legal team, things aren't going their way. And it looks like all those patents that were filed aren't going to be lasting much longer. Because according to Hazardor Gaming on Twitter, saying this, Nintendo's Summon and Fight patent has been rejected by the US government.
Oh. That's harsh. Green Thumb, I really am not surprised by that. Okay, that's harsh. Oh, oh, good job, U.S. government. So you guys reading this? Nintendo's Summon and Fight patent has been rejected by the U.S. government. Exactly. It's almost as if they don't own the rights to any of it.
All 26 claims under the controversial patent have been deemed unoriginal in a non final ruling.
Oh, all 26. Jeez. Happy Easter.
Oh, yes. Bravo. Absolutely.
Remember Ben and Ben and Green Thumb. Remember to get your Rumble set up because we have 2 streams coming up this weekend. We have a stream tomorrow, and we're going to be covering this guy who's been using YouTube's copyright strike stuff at smaller channels who've been criticizing him. So he's been sending false copyright claims, and he's saying he's going to keep doing it if they do what he calls what he calls as false information, what he thinks is false information, even though it's just people criticizing him or criticizing the video. And then Sunday, you love this. We're gonna make fun of Cody Bell. Both streams are gonna be premium only streams though. Yeah, that's why we're doing it as a Rumble premium only stream. Because unless he wants to pay to watch it, I'll have to play for get premium. I fear Cody Bell. No, I'm just not fucking stupid. We all know Cody Bell likes to send false copyright strikes. It's almost as if that has all come out and it's been exposed. Jesus Christ, Shinaman. Stop defending him.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Nintendo owning and controlling literal gameplay mechanics by creating that patent is a massive net negative for the industry.
Hell yeah, Green Thumb.
Basically, every game that has any sort of summoning mechanic would have to be run through by Nintendo first.
No, I think Cheetah Gal is more gay for Cody Bell, but they may be gay for each other, so that wouldn't surprise me. They do like Albert quite a bit, so.
And they would then have to control it. This isn't the first time that other patents have been lost to time and other mechanics have been lost because of this. Remember the entire Nemesis system? Well, thanks, Warner Brothers. Now that's lost for whatever, and we can't use it at all. Remember going around and playing mini games while games were loading on your PS2 or even PS1? Yep, can't do that either, because Namco had the patent on that for quite a while as well. You see, these kinds of things.
The patents actually hurt things in the long run because if that company falls apart, no one can touch said thing. Yeah, Cheetah Man, he's here. He's chatting in my chat for Rumble, so he's contributed to the monetization over there.
Impact the entire gaming industry, and it is a net negative when one company can control something that so many other people want to use as a piece of for their.
That's really what the big problem is if you try to control something that others may want to use, it's almost as if you're trying to stifle competition. I think any corporation's gay, to be honest with you. He's trying to. Not doing very well.
Development process or their pipeline or even their game, and it becomes a massive core gameplay loop. And the thing is, Nintendo shouldn't control any of this. So many other games before and after Nintendo have had these kind of mechanics before. And clearly, Nintendo should not be owning any mechanic whatsoever, because they also take mechanics from other games too. So in reality,
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. If Nintendo's going to take mechanics from others and then tell others they can't use mechanics, that doesn't really help the consumer, and it really doesn't help anyone as a whole. Okay, all it does is allow Nintendo to get more greedy.
the entire patent was absolute bull.
Really going
And
into
I'm glad
detail
it's
on his-
struck down. And it also gives Power World a
going into the himbos veins. Okay. Only when they're fucking another girl, yeah.
another lever to go through and keep fighting the fight that they're doing right now. But apparently, though, there's more to the article, so let's go from there. With Windows Central article saying this, Nintendo's crusade against Palworld just got a reality check from the US government as summon and fight patent is rejected. All 26 claims of the controversial patent have been deemed unoriginal in a non-final ruling. With the help of our friends over at Games Fray, we've been all 26
Damn. Nintendo literally just got like put down. It's almost as if Nintendo, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're not watching because I could care less. But it's almost as if Nintendo, you guys pretty much just got put down for thinking you can control the entire gaming market. Like, that's what part did you think you were going to get those patents through?
claims of the controversial patent have been deemed unoriginal in a non-final ruling. With the help of our friends over at Games Fray, we've been following Nintendo's aggressive legal posturing against
To the Twitch viewers, do keep in mind if you guys want to, you guys can make clips and I will put them on YouTube Shorts and TikTok Reels and Instagram.
World creator Pocket Pair in both the
Oh. That's yeah. Exactly. Because that's how that all started in the first place. Is because Pocket Pair made a game that was better than what anything Nintendo was putting out. And so instead of competing like they should be doing, they wanted to put patents on absolutely everything.
patent infringement challenge in Japan that's currently ongoing and would look to be Nintendo building a patent army in the US in preparation for filing a legal challenge closer to home. In Nintendo's attempt to, quote, catch them all right, you guys, the only one that can do dad jokes around here is me, for filing a legal challenge closer to home. In Nintendo's
Okay, that's funny. That is funny. In Nintendo's attempt to catch them all and collect a bunch of legal filings specifically designed to trap the Palworld creators in litigations, they got a controversial summon and fight patent through the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, essentially trying to claim ownership over a mechanic of aiming an item, catching a monster, and then summoning it to fight in different modes.
Attempt to, quote, catch them all right, you guys, the only one that can do dad jokes around here is me, but that was a pretty good one. 6 out of 10. and collect a bunch of legal filings specifically designed to trap the Pal creators in litigation, they got a controversial summon and fight patent through the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office.
Okay, guys, we will be back.
What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. Asmongold. You can do the work, and then you can get the money for the work, and then get the money to me. Thank you, thank you. What is this dude doing with his money? Doing with his money? I don't know, boys. I have 1,283 days/play. I never give up. What the? Sorry, I prefer come. Fuck this dude. I play all day, play every day. I have no regrets. I love this game. I play all day, play every day. I have no regrets. I love this game. I don't feel bad about it at all. What was I gonna do? Imagine what I would be like without WoW. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. Asmongold. You can do the work, and then you can get the money for the work, and then get the money to me. Thank you, thank you. What is this dude doing with his money? Doing with his money? I don't know, boys. I have 1,283 days/play. I never give up. What the? Sorry, I prefer come. Fuck this dude. I play all day, play every day. I have no regrets. I love this game. I play all day, play every day. I have no regrets. I love this game. I don't feel bad about it at all. What was I gonna do? Imagine what I would be like without WoW. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. What's up, yo? It's me.
Okay, guys, we're gonna make a little fun at Cheetah Man since he's here in the chat. We're gonna give him a chance to prove to us something that him and the rest of the PSG have been trying to say, and that's they know hardware. They know how everything works. So, Cheetah Man. Or, you know what? We'll give Cheetah Man a little bit to guess the two items. Then I'll let the rest of the chat do it. Okay, Cheetah Man. What is this? Come on, Cheetah Man. Cheetah Man. You know hardware. Hey, Trust. Come on, Cheetah Man. Come on. So you guys supposedly know your hardware and your tech. What is this? What, you got nothing? Okay. Rest of you guys. What is this? Because Cheetah Man obviously doesn't know. Know what that is? Obviously, I know because I own the damn thing. Come on, Cheetah Man. What is this? Not know what it is? It's actually a GPU. It's an R7 2070X. 2060X. This is an old one. Oh, some crap I got from Temu. I don't know about you, but XVXFX, you dumb moron, is AMD. Okay. Right now, we're kind of proving how dumb they are. Cheetah Man. What is this? Come on now. What this is? What is it? Come on, Cheetah Man. You can't get it wrong every time. Oh, more cheap garbage. No. This is an Intel Arc A580. Last time I checked, you can't get these GPUs on Temu. Plus, you wouldn't want to buy GPU, any tech from fucking Temu. This, again, proves my point. You guys say you know hardware when in reality, you don't. And I'm not even going to bother pulling out my GPU, my rig. But I do have the box right there. You say cheap crap? Cheap garbage? Cheap garbage? Cheap garbage? Dude. Oh. Yeah, I got more than enough. I got a CPU cooler sitting here. I got 2 power supplies sitting next to me. Got Godzilla over there. Intel is for homos, huh? Hate to break your heart. Really isn't. But that's because you're fine with only having 2 GPU companies in the market. Oh, yeah, it does. You want to talk about my new GPU cost me like, when the price came down to, it was like 300 something bucks. But for the price that I paid and what it's capable of, it was better than what AMD and Intel or Nvidia were offering. Intel was the only one offering the best bang for buck. It's got 12 gigs of VRAM. As Intel XeSX support, and it's pretty nice. It can play pretty much any modern game. Oh yeah, they are. They do make some really good products, but they've been kind of lacking the CPU market. But they are right now. They did something that even AMD refused to do. To combat this whole situation with the RAM situation, they did make the current gen of their CPUs capable of running on DDR4 machines. So, because DDR4 really hasn't taken the big hit. They've taken a small hit, but it was nothing anywhere near as bad as DDR5. Yeah, because that's what this stream is about. We literally, like, it's almost as if you're new here. Come on.
Essentially trying to claim ownership over the mechanics of aiming an item, catching a monster, and then summoning it to fight in a different modes. Well, back in November, we reported that the patent in question had been pulled for closer scrutiny by the USPTO. And officially, Nintendo has now been issued a stinging non final rejection of the patent, not just a few parts of it. All 26 of the patent's claims have been rejected. Ouch.
Wait, please don't tell me you're talking about the small form factor 1030 GPU that I bought. NVIDIA. It was a NVIDIA GPU that you're talking about. Jesus goddamn Christ. It was for back when I had my fucking I gotta give that little thing fucking credit. There was a lot of games it was able to play. Like I played Far Cry fucking 5 on that thing. Crap. Things take up so much fucking room on my desk, so I'm trying to find a spot to move these. Give me a second, guys. No. The funny thing is, though, Cheetah Man, you guys are saying I bought cheap components, even though I obviously didn't for this PC. But yeah, I definitely did for my old Dell Optiplex that literally was a small form factor PC. Do you know how small form factor PCs work? They can't fit a full fucking GPU. But hey, it tells me how much you fucking know hardware. Hell, I gamed on that thing quite a bit. And then I upgraded. One of the I can't remember what it was. It was oh yeah. The CPU burnt out. It was an old it was a 6th gen i5. Because the 1030 I bought was like, it was like $100 and some dollar, or it was like just under $100, but I needed the component to start playing my PC games. And then I upgraded to my old PC before this one, which had an RX. Not even close there, buddy. It was RX 570 8 gig with it was i7 4770K. Why do I got the GPUs just sitting around? Because I built PCs. The one's my old one from this rig. The A580 is my old GPU. I upgraded to the B580, and then that R7 is GPU I pulled out of a PC that I got because I've been accepting PCs for builds to keep them out of e-waste.
And that is actually massive when the entire patent that Nintendo is trying to go ahead and laud over Palworld about summoning and fighting creatures gets completely decimated across every single point. It truly goes to show how desperate Nintendo is actually being about Palworld in the first place. You see, Nintendo doesn't want competition. Nintendo wants actual.
That is true. Neither PlayStation nor Nintendo want competition, and every time they have to compete, they fucking bitch, scream, kick, and cry about it. And it's just it's that corporate greed. It's that not caring about the consumer and wondering why people don't want to buy their products. Why do you think fucking PlayStation's pulling back on PC ports? Because they don't want to compete. Because on the PC market, guess what they have to do? They have to fucking compete. They have to give people a product that is worth the money that the people are willing to spend on it. And most PC gamers, we save money on games. No, I rent so it is very expensive to live here in this state. And rent is not cheap. So I'm splitting rent with my parents and my sister to kind of deal with that. So, cost of living is fucking horrible here. Fucking Walls is like, oh, we take care of our people the best. Bullshit, you do. Took care of your people the best, we wouldn't be struggling on a regular basis like we do.
Control. They want to control the mechanics in video games. They feel they are the only ones able to go ahead and use these kinds of mechanics in their own game because clearly they don't want anybody else to be competition in this space. It is.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. Nintendo doesn't want to compete. That's how they've always been, sadly. They've done it to multiple companies, and every time they've had to compete, they threw a fit about it. So, but that goes back to the way Nintendo was originally. At one point in time, they did have the only console on the market, but when Sega came along, they really did not like that. And the only thing that killed Sega was not Nintendo; it was PlayStation and Xbox. So
completely anti-consumer, anti-game developer, and anti-video games for Nintendo to even try anything like this in the first place. And the biggest problem was that these patents were passed without any sort of scrutiny at all until there was massive blowback online. And that is why we're seeing this happen today. This is a massive win for the Power World team and a huge loss for Nintendo as well. I mean, take a look at the actual infographic here. First of all, I want to find out why the Hunter x Hunter characters are in this patent in the first place, and they're fighting the goblins from Crimson Desert. Look, none of this makes any sense.
oh fuck, I see it. You have a problem with green screen now?
Whatsoever, and I have no idea why Nintendo would even make this kind of patent at all. But the problem is the summoning and fighting mechanic is too latent across so many other games, and practically every other RPG you've ever played has some kind of summoning and fighting mechanic or even catching mechanic as well, and that's going to be a huge issue across the entire gaming industry, especially if this patent was to be applied and even approved in the first place, and if it didn't get under any scrutiny at all. Imagine Final Fantasy and Square Enix can no longer cast any sort of summon or anything along that line simply because Nintendo owns a patent for having a creature being summoned for you and fighting for you in battle in a role-playing environment. It's stupid. Imagine any other pet battler game having to deal with Nintendo as well. This was absolutely a complete overreach and clearly showed Nintendo had no probable legal basis to go through and even fight against Power World in the first place. This wasn't about copyright infringement. This was all about control from the very beginning, which is why these patents were filed not before the court case appeared, not when Pokemon first came out, but later on after the court case was applied, after the legal proceedings were put in place, and after Power World became an actual success.
Wait, what? The green screen's fine. I don't see a problem with it. Must just be your eyes.
Yes. Really makes you think now, doesn't it? With the article saying this, for a patent to actually hold up under scrutiny, it needs to be a genuine leap forward or completely original, not just a remake of things everyone else is already doing. You can't just take a standard gameplay mechanic
Cheetah Man. Cheetah Man. Really? Really? Albert, or your buddy Cody Bell, doesn't pull anywhere near the amount of viewers and subs that Alex here pulls. I'm still working on that. I got to get the overlay all situated with Streamlabs. I didn't like it, so I have to go in and fix it. And I'm going to probably do that Saturday.
Mechanic, tweak one UI element, and say the idea now belongs to you. In this
Well, it proves a fucking point that when you're fucking entertaining, you actually gain natural growth. Unlike your buddy Cody Bell proceeded to, we all know he paid for those subs and views. His views and his subs do not match, dude. Like, come on. If you think that those subs and views match, okay. YouTube, I've got over 500 subs. I'm not saying a smaller channel can't be entertaining. I absolutely think I'm entertaining based on the fact that I have viewers on a regular basis. But I personally don't think Cody Bell's entertaining. Look at the fucking algorithm. Do you know how algorithms work for YouTube? If you guys did any amount of research, you would know. Oh, really? Nice. Nice.
this case, the USPTO examiner hasn't even looked at a single video game to prove Nintendo was overreaching. Instead, they've looked at Nintendo's own history. The examiner in this case has dismantled the patent entirely, combining several pieces of paperwork to show that Nintendo wasn't even inventing anything new. Again, they have looked to quote,
Thank you, Trust. I try to make it as entertaining as possible.
Prior art in previous filings to prove that Nintendo's so-called invention, this patent, was actually just a rehash of what's come before. Oh, that is absolutely amazing. It's exactly what everybody's been saying from the very beginning when these patents were just initially put out. There's nothing new that they're doing here. They just wanted to control the entire narrative. They wanted to say, but we're Nintendo, guys. Don't you remember us? Remember all the great times we gave you? All the fun games? Look, those are our mechanics. Nobody else can use them, especially if they're more successful than we are. So clearly, give us the patent. Approve it. Do it. Do it now. No, it's apparently not going to happen, Nintendo. Look, they can go.
Nintendo literally got pulled by their fucking... Nintendo thought they were going to get away with this fucking greed. And that is the most entertaining part about the entire situation. They thought that what they were doing was they were going to get away with it and they were going to have competition. But I don't think Nintendo realizes that stifling competition is a form of a monopoly. Which last time I checked, monopolies are illegal in the US.
Go ahead and they can claim every other W from every other person who's pirated ROMs or made an emulator or anything else like that. But what we're seeing right now is a massive difference. Nintendo is clearly fighting in a league that they were not prepared for, just like when they went ahead and are now suing the US government on top of this.
They're not going to win that case. I'm going to be honest with you. Nintendo will not be able to win a case suing the US government. Nintendo really thinks they're going to get away with suing the most powerful and biggest country on the face of the planet. Like, Jesus Christ, you got to be fucking stupid.
It's actually hilarious seeing all the lawsuits being levied around by Nintendo instead of them doing the one thing they're supposed to be doing. You know, making video games. Hell, they're putting out more lawsuits than Valve is actually getting sued by in the first place. Oof. Think about it.
I actually haven't watched any of them. I would actually have to sit down and watch them. By what metric? Are you talking about population, landmass, strength? Because I can pull that stuff up easily. Size. So you're talking about size. So you're not talking about Jesus Christ. You do know that the U.S. has more military bases around the world than any other country, right? Please tell me you know this. Not to mention the U.S. literally has like their fingers in absolutely every single country around the world. There's a reason why countries are scared to go against the U.S. Size of the country, if you're talking about area, yes. The U.S. is the third, I think, largest country. I was talking about the biggest in power. Jesus Christ. Not to mention the U.S. literally controls the most of the oil in the world, too.
From that perspective, if Nintendo would stop with all the lawsuits, they'd actually put more games on your Switch too. You wouldn't be having this drought right now, would you? No, I don't think so. But it really goes to show that the funniest part about that entire statement on Windows Central is the fact that the actual person reviewing the patents didn't even have to look at any other games. They just knew that shit wasn't gonna fly, that they were just doing stuff from the very beginning that they never even invented.
Oil companies.
Or even tried to put out and pass off as their own. That is the funniest part about all of this. Somebody who isn't even into gaming already walked by and said, hey, no, I don't think so. I've already seen this before. You guys aren't inventing anything new. Stop it right now. And they shut it down. And it clearly is some of the best things ever. But what's even...
No, because the U.S. is a free enterprise. So companies are allowed to build in the U.S. This is why we have huge corporations. The largest tech companies in the world are American-based companies. Microsoft, AMD, Intel, Apple, Amazon, and Google. All American-based companies. At times, yeah. Yeah, I know they do. A lot of those companies do. They use the cheap labor. That's why Trump kind of cracked down on that shit.
Crazier is exactly how Nintendo got shut down as well. The 4 filings used to discredit Nintendo's claims were Tara, one of Nintendo's own 2019 patents. This patent already covered the core basics of summoning a sub-character to fight alongside a player. By using this, the USPTO argued that Nintendo was trying to patent the same idea twice just to make it a more effective weapon.
Seriously? They tried to patent the same mechanic twice? That's stupid. What? Okay.
So wait, the actual person reviewing everything already went back and used Nintendo's own previous patent of Tara, trying to go through and say, hold on, guys, you've already tried to patent this already, or the patent's already gone through of the entire mechanic, and now you're just doing it again. Sorry, I don't think so. It's crazy how nobody else caught this until the entire internet showed up and said, ho, stop this, buddy. We know exactly what you're doing. I have never seen a company fall from grace this hard faster than Nintendo. Even Nintendo simps are fighting up against this and clearly saying, hey, this was not a good idea either. But the thing is, there's still more, though, because there's even 3 other points.
No.
That we haven't even gone to yet. Yabe, dating back to the PS2 era. This Konami patent described characters having 2 distinct battle modes, one where they act on their own, auto, and one where the player gives direct orders, manual. Morokura, another Nintendo filing from 2020. This one dealt with how characters are positioned and move within a 3D space during gameplay transitions. It was used to prove that the technical way Power World handles spawning monsters wasn't a new invention either. Shimamoto, this 2019 filing from Bandai Namco proved that the missing link described the specific logic of how a game determines where a summoned character should appear in relation to the player. I want you to stop.
All right. What? Just literally just make that fucking channel. Hey Ricardo, do you want to remove said person? Because I am not able to see it here. For some reason my chat. Let's do this. Can you get down? I love you, but hey Green Thumb, do I have you as a moderator? Here. Right? There we go. Bye-bye. Guys, say goodbye to either Albert or Dean. So, or could be Heavy Metal Gamer too.
And think about this, okay? Nintendo
Just think
recently
about
tried to
PSG.
patent something that people created back during the PlayStation 2 era. Over 26 years ago, this entire mechanic was made, and now recently, Nintendo was like, no, we own that. No, you fucking don't.
Itcher, I'm not gonna give you a wrench. That's just not happening. There you go, Green. Exactly, bud. Green Thumb has been here forever, so thanks, bud, for the support. I appreciate it very much.
The actual hubris and insanity of this company thinking that they can control the entire gaming industry because they don't like that Power World is eating their lunch in the Pokemon space is exactly the problem with this company right now. Their hubris, their insane inability to understand or even try to compete in this space is truly the more insane thing of all of this. If only they would listen to the actual consumers that wanted to play their games but didn't want to buy an overpriced tablet, there wouldn't be a problem. Oh, they're a PC gamer, but they pirate our games. Why don't we just put the game onto PC? We can.
Okay. That is what I've been saying for years. For a while, well, not years, for a while now. Now, if Nintendo wants to stop people from emulation and piracy, all they have to do is start launching the games on, guess, PC. Boom. Problem disappears. Because I can promise you that PC gamers will buy your games. Like, we buy games all the goddamn time. I literally just bought yeah, no, I just bought a 30, I think it was like $37 game just today for this week. Like, well, technically the game came with all the DLCs with the game too, so that's right, Trust.
Make some money that way. Wouldn't be too bad if you asked me. Oh, there's a competitor to Pokemon.
We always try to be number one.
Why don't we see what they're doing and do something a little bit better, or make our own IP actually better, or in fact bring it up to speed and not just pump out slop that every other clown is going to buy every single time. It is honestly absurd that they're going back this far, even going into 2019 and even going back into other patents from Bandai Namco to say, oh no, we own this too. Fighting in a 3D space with other enemies? Nuh-uh, that's ours. Oh, auto battling? Nope, that's ours too. You don't own it, Nintendo. It's not yours, buddies. It's not the way it's supposed to be. And your complete inability and cluelessness to actually go through and put the entire gaming industry to the torch because you can't handle competition is actually absurd. One of the most fascinating details from the
See, this is why I like Alex. Because his takes, like, he does his research. You know how many content creators on a regular basis do not do the research before they make something? Like, come on. I try. Definitely not the number one in editing videos. I fucking suck at editing videos.
report is that the examiner reached his conclusions without needing to play Power World or Pokemon.
I'm not gonna say I'm the number one because I feel like exactly, Green Thumb. I'll never say that I'm the best, but I try to give my viewers the best I can. And to some, to my viewers, obviously, they enjoy it. Of course, we have the haters out there, and then we have people who like to obsess over me. But the people who support this channel, I'm absolutely grateful for. Just even watching, I'm grateful for. Like, you guys are the reason why I do this. Always number one at destroying Cody Bell. Come on now. We all know that one.
Come on. They've simply said the concept of the summon and fight mechanic itself is unoriginal. This prevents Nintendo from arguing that their specific implementation of the mechanic
Thank you, Trust.
or how it feels in their game makes it unique from anyone else who uses it. And that's exactly the biggest fear that I've had with all these patents and Nintendo. Them going around and
I appreciate it, guys. We'll keep making it. You really think that I'm here for the money? No one on YouTube tell them that I'm like, don't like. Last time I checked, one of the platforms we're streaming to right now isn't even monetized. If I wanted to make money doing this and I want to push for money, I would have just done the stream on Rumble and Twitch. Like, what? He cries to sleep thinking about me. And when he's sitting there sleeping next to his woman, he's dreaming about me. The funny thing is, I could care less. Why do I do the Rumble premium streams? Well, for one, the channel is on the Rumble Creators Program, and I have to have a certain amount of hours of Rumble Premium only streams. Also, it's the other one. Cheetah Man, you know, just like everyone else does. Hey, Ron. Just like everyone else knows, Cody Bell is notorious for doing false copyright strikes. And the reason why we're going to be covering this other guy behind a Rumble Premium is for the same reason. Because I will be criticizing it. Like, it's that simple. What? It's harder to do false copyright strikes on Rumble. It's like literally almost impossible. He always takes a big blue. And Cheetah Man, let's be honest here. You do actually have to work for it. You don't just get handed it. So, Cheetah Man, that money that comes in from Rumble is just a bonus. It helps the channel. It helps the channel grow. You see how that works? It's almost like, okay, I also got to mention something. Cheetah Man, like the rest of PSG, they have a problem with anyone making money online at all. Like, period. If you make money online, they don't like it. They think it's wrong, horrible, and then they call you an e-bagger for it. Like, we have exposed fucking Albert for doing it multiple fucking times. Don't be going, good fucking grief. Jesus fucking Christ, you're an idiot. I did answer your fucking question. Answer's not good enough for you. Probably.
Claiming it's theirs even though they didn't make it. And the crazier part is the actual person reviewing it didn't even have to play a single video game to figure it out.
The big blue question? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Cody Bell takes Big Blue. But no, it's a joke because my ex yeah, I really don't want to talk about it, to be honest with you. Because then I have to go back through trauma, and I'm just not doing that. I'm done with that. My life is pretty good right now, and I'm in a good relationship. I've got a lot going for me right now. I have no need to bring up past trauma. Cody Bell? I don't think he did, or he wouldn't be making fun of it. Yeah, it's kind of a situation that happened while I was with one of the many situations that happened with my ex. No.
Oh, they just knew. Now, you didn't do that. Nope, you already had that. Nope, somebody else did that. Nintendo wasn't trying to go ahead and win an actual legal case. What Nintendo was trying to do was control the entire gaming industry. Look at all the genres, all the games, all the MMOs, every other game that you play right now.
It's because Ron asked if he took Big Blue, and so we're kind of just turning it around on him, is what it is. So.
Having those specific mechanics and those patents existing even before when Nintendo was in fact trying to make games. That's exactly what the issue is here. They weren't trying to win a court case. They were trying to decimate the entire industry, putting everybody under their legal thumb who they can sue at any particular time and then take every single red cent from every publisher and every single developer. And it would have been a fool's errand, but you can damn bet your sweet bippy they were petty enough to even try it in the first place. And that's the scariest part of all. Nintendo has pulled the greatest trick I have honestly ever seen. They've convinced so many people that they truly care about their IPs or their own property or anything else like that. If that was the actual case, then they wouldn't treat their actual storefronts and IPs like they have recently by shutting down the 3DS shop or the Wii shop or the Wii U store and then locking everything behind an online monthly service to slowly drip feed that content to you that they clearly have available for themselves to put out at any particular time. And it really is a shock.
It's anti-consumerism. Nintendo's been really good at it as of lately. It kind of does, doesn't it?
Shocking thing to see that someone else had to go back and tell Nintendo, no, you're wrong. But even though this patent was denied in all 26 counts, Palworld is not out of the woods yet. It looks like this could still be overturned. With the article saying this, it's important to note the term non-final. Nintendo still has a 2-month window to respond, and this period can be extended if Nintendo requests it. Even when the decision is final, it can be appealed. So it really is a case of seeing whether Nintendo will take this lying down. They can still tweak the language of the patent to be more specific. However, the total rejection of all 26 claims here is significant. It's much harder for Nintendo to amend when normally at least a few of them would survive. On the whole, for Palworld fans and indie developers everywhere, this is a significant, massive win. It signals that the big guys can't just claim basic game design concepts and sue anyone who dares use them. Nintendo might be determined, but the USPTO at least isn't interested in helping them preserve a monopoly on throwing stuff to catch monsters and use them in battle.
Yep. That's it right there. It's the monopoly they were trying to create. And the fact is the US government was just like, no, you're not going to do that.
And that is a massive victory for basically every indie developer and every game developer, period. Nintendo going around and throwing their weight everywhere, legally trying to lock people up into specific mechanics that they want to use and really just have a very vague sense of what's going on to control the gaming industry is exactly what we don't want. It leads to less creativity.
Alex actually creates his own thumbnails. He does use AI, but it's TTS.
It leads to less games being.
I am actually working on getting that implemented for you guys as well. It's just again, it's all taking time. I have TTS for Twitch, and I will be getting Rumble's TTS up and running too. I've had a few of them watch my stuff. I think even Alex has watched some of my stuff. Me and Alex have actually talked to each other. I don't care if it's being creative or not. Okay, I'm not the greatest at making fucking thumbnails. So I outsource it. Like, just how that works.
Made, and at least a Nintendo trying to create a literal monopoly in the gaming space, especially in game development overall. This could have gone bad in so many ways, but clearly the April Fool's gods.
You're gonna really love the Cody Bell video I made. Yeah, and so yes, I try to be as creative as I can. Okay. So what it is, okay, is there's a couple of things I'm not the greatest at, and I will be honest with you guys. I really am bad at making thumbnails, and I always have been. Okay. And to help make that easier, I use an AI tool to do that. I use a damn calculator. That and I count.
Gave us something to laugh about, and it's always fun to laugh at Nintendo. Even Nintendo fanboys can see the forest from the trees. With Nintendo Prime saying this, good, it was a stupid patent and it should have never been granted.
Absolutely.
And every single other reply and quote tweet basically saying the same thing. Good, LOL, get fucked on a consistent basis. Nintendo was doing the worst possible.
I have no clue because I don't pay attention to Cody Bell.
Thing, not just to try and stop Palworld, but to try and control the entire gaming industry and even control game development themselves. They had no clue, in my personal opinion, what they were actually doing in the first place, and simply throwing their legal weight around to bully everybody out of submission was really the wrong move overall. Their entire patent structure and systems would impact every single game that's even out right now and retroactively, and also any future game being made as well. Using any sort of like catch release mechanic or any sort of monster battler or auto battler, Nintendo would have legal recourse to sue and put every other game developer and publisher in the poorhouse to rake in all that money instead of doing the one thing they're supposed to do, make video games. But clearly, this is exactly what should have been happening. And honestly, I'm glad for it. I used to love Nintendo back when I was younger.
No. Anti-American. That has nothing to do with being anti-American. All right. What are you going to say, Ron? Because now I'm feeling this isn't the actual Ron. You mean my ex's lies? All Cody Bell did, okay, he didn't get me kicked out of 2 houses. He may think he did, but no. Um, and yes, he brought my ex on to stream on a video to push her lies that she used in court. I'm not driving all the way down to Arkansas for that. No. So, and what truth, Ron, did you bring there? What facts? Waiting. Yeah, I've been to court a couple times. No. He called animal control, yeah, but I didn't have to pay for anything for the cat. Again. What truth are you bringing here, bud? They wanted me to, but there's a thing called I ended up having to move anyways, and I no longer lived in Hennepin County, so I no longer had to do all that. So again, if you're gonna come on my channel and lie, here's a very simple thing that happens. That happens. All right, we'll be right back.
It's your boy Asmongold, it's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo. It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, it's your boy Asmongold, it's up, yo.
In Twitch's mountains wide and tall, one stream and towers over all. His beard as white as winter's frost, his purest time forever lost. Deep below where shadows fall, we strike the vein of Asmongold. While he himself with eyes so keen, like what others put on stream. In its way from times of old, the wronging clicks and stories told. What we take, he takes tenfold. That's the goods of Asmongold. His MMOs he made his name, from World of Warcraft came his fame. Now every game and daily news becomes a life for him to use. Each reaction, view and take, the more content we help to make. As miners, viewers all enrolled in the guild of Asmongold. Have some takes, ignite the chat, debates that twist this way and that. Asmon brings his points are raised, but corny bad, slightly deranged. Elon's gaming fees proclaimed, yet boosting scandals left him chained. Asmon laughed to climb so high, he had to let another try. Gaming streets to global news, Asmon shares his candid view. His leaders crowds all about. He laughs, they're all just crashing out. Chats and clips the verdicts in. Asmon's take up through the din. Developers should turn about. Risk the game just tapping out. So raise your pickaxe high with pride, with fellow miners at your size. Men are mining, tail and full. We're all just mining Asmon.
All right. I'm back, you guys.
But the problem is they've turned and morphed into something else entirely different. And clearly they're more interested in not serving the actual customer, but trying to squeeze more money out of your pockets every single time, and also trying to put the pinch on the actual gaming industry and even game development in total actual control legally, which is the worst thing overall. Instead of actually controlling the gaming industry by making better games or introducing new mechanics, what they want to do is control everything on the back end and force other people to not create any sort of ways of competing with them and keeping Pokemon and every other IP they have on the very tippy top. This was not a...
And see, that is a problem. If you're trying to use patent system to try to keep yourself as a monopoly, that is not a good thing. Like, I don't understand why there's people defending this, because there are. Like, the people who defend Nintendo, who defend PlayStation, who defend Xbox, who defend Nvidia, AMD, Intel, any of these major corporations, okay, when they fuck up, what you need to do is call them out on the fuck up. Because what happens when you call them out on the fuck up and you hold them accountable by not buying their product or doing something so they realize what they did, you're not happy with. Think about this. PlayStation tried to screw over the PC market, right? Didn't work. PlayStation thought they can get PC gamers to bend the knee to them. Didn't work. Oh, absolutely not. Corporations, they want to make as much money as they can. And some of the ways they do it is so greedy and horrible, and it's not pro-consumer.
Play to stop Power World, don't get it twisted. This was a play to stop the gaming industry and for them to have total control, and for games like Power World to in fact never happen again. And honestly, it is fantastic in my opinion that even on April Fool's Day, the only one that looked like the biggest fool of the day was in fact Nintendo most of all. You gotta love it. But you know what? I want to hear what you guys got to say about this in the comments section down below. Is Nintendo in the right?
Nintendo was 110% in the wrong. What Nintendo did with this patent stuff after Pal World did as great as it did. Okay. Pal World is still one of my favorite games because it was a good game. Okay. But because Pocket Pair provided the consumer with a product that we actually enjoyed, it did good. It absolutely dominated. And it was before it even actually officially launched. But because Nintendo didn't want to compete, they all of a sudden came out of nowhere with patent after patent after patent after patent on things that they shouldn't have patents on. Hey, Mike. So, 8 days ago, Harmon Smith made a video. You guys are not going to believe what he titled it. Nintendo made digital games cheaper than Valve did. And then Valve is anti-consumer. Hey, King of all buttocks.
So this news regarding the digital distribution afford. Affordability thing is very, very interesting because I made a video already talking about what a good thing it is for Nintendo and how pro-consumer it is. But I do think we need to take a step back and think about how we got here. Because right now we're seeing a lot of people like go full damage control and try and like gaslight people into thinking Nintendo is the problem for this. But who exactly introduced digital pricing into the ecosystem? Who exactly set the standard for digital games to be priced the same as physical? Who exactly
wasn't Valve? What? Please tell me you've never seen, like, have you ever opened up Steam?
Is responsible for this anti-consumer practice? Who exactly was the issue here? And the answer to that, very obviously, is Gabe Newell and Steam. You know, Gabe is the person who introduced relevant video games to PC. You know, he was the one who made the storefront, and he was the one who came up with the business model of, okay, console gaming is getting all the good relevant games because PC gaming.
Really? PC always, or console always got all the relevant games? PC didn't get anything? Really? What do you mean by this? No one tell them about how many games have existed that only exist on PC. For a lot of them for the longest time. And then finally saw the light of day on console. And then other games that still have not been seen on console, that have been around for decades.
Is irrelevant. I'm going to make my storefront and I'm just going to resell PC gamers old games from consoles. Okay, so that.
Wait, what? Yeah, there's old PC games, but there's a lot of new games too.
That's kind of, so that's how Steam came to be, is that he made Half-Life 2, sold people on the idea that, like, well, if you support my platform, someday you'll get Half-Life 3. And then all of a sudden you had people flocking there just to play old games on his ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Cody Bell sends copyright strikes. He sends false copyright strikes. He's done it multiple fucking times. I'm not doing that.
System. Okay, and the thing about that is the games were priced the
Dude, why is your video all fucking stuttery?
same way as they were on console immediately. Okay.
And why is your cupboard wide open?
So Steam established the industry trend of digital downloaded games being priced the same as physical. So by the
No. But people did call Valve and Steam out for what they did early on. And then Valve and Steam had to bust their ass to win the gamer back. Do you even know what happens on this space?
the time that PlayStation and Xbox adopted the trend, when they started having their own digital eShops and their own digital ecosystems, they did the exact same thing. They were just like, well, this is the industry standard now, so we have to do it the same way. This is a new technology. We have to.
No, his camera's having issues. I just saw it there. It's a camera. There's only 5 FPS on the stream there, buddy. I don't know. I think it's what? Over a gig?
We're just going to incorporate this model into our system. And so they invented their eShops, their digital storefronts, and they were better than Steam ever was. Okay. You were able to play digital and physical.
Because I set it up a while ago. Plus, I'd have to open up my phone to find out. I do my internet through Verizon. I would have to do a speed test, and I'm not gonna do that while I'm in the middle of a stream. Right now, only one. My phone's not hooked up to the Wi-Fi.
Physical games, you had more features, consoles were just better than gaming in general. Okay, so Nintendo, they experimented with their digital storefront thing, but they were a little bit behind in the sense where we have the virtual console system.
Because when you do the test, it pulls things offline to do the test. Yeah, I'm hardwired to my router. It does. It's almost as if I understand how tech works.
Sell you games, our old games at like an affordable price, and we'll slowly get to the point where we release digital games. So it wasn't until like the 3DS and the Wii U that they started having like a digital storefront where you could buy digital games on their console, right? And so because everyone else was pricing it the same way as physical, like that was the industry standard by that point, and so Nintendo did it. But
Nintendo has followed the suit of Steam because Steam has surpassed them. Like, I don't know how you don't understand that.
That Satoru Iwata, even then, was just like, yes, there is no reason why we should be charging people extra for physical gaming. And so,
see, this gray line here is the buffer. It is the camera. I sound like a Steam fanboy because Steam does pro-consumer acts. Interesting.
The board at Nintendo, being the consumer-friendly individuals they are, over the years, they slowly started building up this idea of.
Yeah, I guess you can call me a Valve fucking fanboy, but the problem is the reason why I like Valve is for being pro-consumer. I like GOG for the same reason. So you can call me a Steam fanboy all you want, but the fact is they are the most pro-consumer company right now in the gaming industry.
Like, running the numbers and making it viable.
So I'm a fanboy for championing pro-consumerism. Got it.
And securing the business. And then this generation, they made the decision to cut the prices of digital games on Nintendo Switch 2. Undercut.
What? They're just going to end up fucking increasing the prices on you guys. Really, Cheetah Man? So you think like literally supporting and pushing pro-consumerism? Oh, was it?
Undercutting Valve, undercutting Xbox, undercutting PlayStation. These companies had every ability over the past.
You do realize that most games on Steam launched at $40, right? And a good chunk of them launch under 40. Some games launch at 50. The only games that come out at like $60 is AAA games. Requiem was made by a AAA studio. I never said $70 is good for a game.
Past like 20 years to lower the cost of digital games on their storefronts and never did it. They have never lowered the prices of digital games compared to physical games.
They've never lowered the price. Please tell me you've seen a Steam sale before, right? You know what that is? Or do you have no clue? Like, there's literally a Steam sale going on right now. Jesus Christ. Like, there's always a new Steam sale going on. Period. Not to mention when they have the big Steam sale events.
There was money to be made. They were greedy. They were incapable of considering the consumer. Nintendo was not like that. You know, Nintendo.
PS Store has sales all the time. PlayStation does variable pricing. And they do the pricing literally in a schemy act. What they do is they try to entice you by giving you cheaper games to then later spend more money. And then they're going to jack the price of the games up. They've already admitted they're doing this.
Cares about the consumer, they care about the customer, they care about their brand image, and they care about things like this. And that's why, as soon as it was possible to do, they introduced the variable pricing system, in which games, depending on their budget, depending on whether they're digital or physical, depending on a variety of factors, may be more affordable than their standard MSRP. And you can tell that they were experimenting with this model.
And so you're talking about free-to-play games. You get free-to-play games on every platform, including your cell phone. What does that prove? You pay for PS Plus. Oh. That's what I'm getting.
Even as far back as like the Wii U days, because they were incorporating.
You do know I don't have to pay to play online, right?
Games like, you know, Game and Wario and like the console pack-in titles and like you know, the Amiibo games, free to start titles. You know, making more affordable games has been like, you know, a very critical thing to Nintendo's success. In fact, that's actually one of the
What? They were the first company to sell games at $80 a game. What?
very last things that Satoru Iwata said is that, like, I am very thankful that I was able to work on Pokemon Go, because in his mind, Pokemon Go was a completely free game that anybody could enjoy regardless of their income level and whether or not they could afford it. You know, and that to me, like, really speaks volumes about how pro-consumer Nintendo actually is. Because if you
Nintendo's pro-consumer? We literally just watched about their patents. And I've talked about their patents being anti-consumer multiple occasions. What, $80? But you also got more. You got more than a digital game. That doesn't really prove anything.
you look at Pokemon Go as a concept, like what you get is something that could have been extremely exploitive, the way that like WWE Legends or Nikkei is. But what you get is a very mild experience. You know, there are microtransactions in Go, but it's nowhere near as bad as like several of its other like primary competitors. And a reason for that is because Nintendo.
Okay, so you're talking about a physical cartridge with physical stuff in it. And you're comparing that to digital games. Really?
Straight up pressures their company, these companies, not to exploit their customers. We saw this with like Dragalia Lost. Okay, the reason why that game
Nintendo exploits their customers all the time. Where do you think that they don't exploit their customers? At what point does Nintendo not exploit their customers? All three console manufacturers do this. This is why you pay to play online. That's why games are at $80, $70, even $60. You know where it should have stopped? 50.
game was shut down was because the company making it, Dina, like what they wanted to do was like monetize the audience more, but Nintendo was very insistent, like no, 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 don't do that, and so the game was shut down. Fire Emblem Heroes has very light microtransactions. Like again, this seems to be Nintendo's business strategy when it comes to like mobile releases, is to make them more affordable in the competition and like use them as a marketing tool to sell people on the consoles. So what we're seeing here is
Last time I checked, the Switch 2 is not doing so hot. I'm just being honest with you. And all three console manufacturers have admitted that the console market has stagnated. Exactly. $50 was exactly the best price. Because even with the way games are now, games are mostly digital. There is no need for them to go any higher than 50. Okay. There's absolutely no excuse, and there's no reasoning for it. All it is these companies wanting to pull more or nickel and dime you every inch they can. So you're going to use inflation. You do know inflation is literally the term that corporations use for an excuse to jack up prices.
just a slow, gradual decline of like several like industry standards that
It is inflation. If you're comparing $50 in 1990 or $50 in 1990 to today, so you think $50 from 1990 today is... Well, again, I get that because money was being printed more. But
have just that were established before Nintendo entered certain avenues and are slowly being dismantled. Okay, we're seeing the end of DLC. We're seeing the end of like broken games release.
DLC, you're seeing the end of DLCs? No, we're not seeing the end of DLCs. Just a gaming tourist. Really? I game on a fucking $1,000 gaming PC, and you're telling me I'm a gaming tourist? Cheetah Man, you're calling me a gaming tourist when your buddy Cody Bell looks at some of the games I play and says, "Oh, I don't have the mindset to do that because I'm not smart enough to do so." And you don't need a $4,000 PC to game. Cheetah Man's buddy with Cody Bell. You call me a gaming tourist, Cheetah Man. Yeah, those consoles were that expensive, but how well did they last? They were gone in a blink of an eye.
Releasing broken games at launch. We're seeing an end to like microtransactions. We're seeing an end to
I don't know. Trust. I really don't.
Digital games being priced the same as physical. And like Nintendo is the one that's pushing for these changes. Nintendo's the one that's like
it's a term that is used for people who prefer to save money. They're the first to charge insane money on a digital good. What? You think those game cartridges had the whole game inside of them? No, Nintendo admitted that only like not even 10% of the game was in them. Digital games. I didn't say physical. We're talking about digital games. Okay.
Undercutting the competition now. And the entire rest of the industry just refuses to acknowledge it. Like in their mind, like digital being more affordable than physical is a scam. That's the line that the grifters are running with right now. The idea that like the game digital didn't get cheaper, that physical got more expensive. Like this is obviously fucking retarded and really should be called out for what it is. But like,
no one's ever said physical's ever gotten more expensive. The problem is these games are launching buggy, broken, not completely in the disc, and they're mostly digital. And the digital storefronts, even, they're charging you $80, $70 to $80 a game. You don't see a problem in that? I personally do. It's a digital good. These games aren't even worth the money that they're charging you for. So you really think... No, please tell me you guys aren't that dumb. Please tell me. Please don't tell me you think that those discs, those physical copies, those modern physical copies that you go to the store to buy are all on the disc, are all in the little Switch cartridge. They're not. Why do you think when you put the disc in, you have to download? Because it's pulling it from the internet. That is digital. Jesus Christ. Oh. Green Thumb, can you please, like, do you see this? What is going on?
It just goes to show you like how desperate these people are to keep the narrative towards Nintendo negative, in which we got this very obviously positive thing.
Oh, that sucks. I really could care less. We all know she's got an OnlyFans.
This thing that people have been asking for years, that like cheaper digital games. Nintendo's given that to us now, and people are trying to like cope about it.
No, we're calling them out on it. We know what they're doing. PlayStation has done it. Xbox has done it. The other two console manufacturers have already done what Nintendo is doing. And then what they did is they jacked up the price of digital games because they got you into the lure of buying digital and then jack up the price. Because on those storefronts, they don't have competition. Because when you buy a Switch, the only place you can buy games on is through Nintendo. PlayStation. No. I don't even go to OnlyFans. PlayStation. The only place you can buy PlayStation games on a PlayStation console is through the PlayStation Store. The only place you can play Xbox games on an Xbox is through the Xbox Store. You see how that works? I have no clue. No. No. I'm not even going to touch that. No. Okay.
Let's go back. Let's go take a trip down a trip on memory lane. Okay. Let's go back to June 2025, where the Switch 2 came out and it was doing huge numbers and everyone was buying.
I wasn't. Everyone was calling out that console for what it was. They were charging you $500 for old ass hardware. What? Like, let's not even talk about the fact that, which we'll get into that later. PlayStation's new price hike.
It, and everyone was excited by it. You know, I remember like people like Destin from IGN, you know, going to Target and being like, "Oh, I see Switch 2s on shelves. It's not selling well, guys." And you know, that was
it wasn't. Still isn't.
Narrative at the time, and obviously that was never true. You know, we got numbers, you know, after that. It's the best selling console ever, and no amount of like Nintendian cope is ever going to change that, right? But one of the things that came out that wasn't immediately
No, they haven't.
obvious to normies, that what was the claim that third-party games weren't selling well on Switch 2. Like, I know Review Tech USA made a video about this. I'm sure lots of other people did as well. But there was a big...
Because Nintendo has always had a hard time selling third-party games. Okay, so you're talking about Japan. And the Switch 2 was literally the worst fucking. Okay. The Switch 2, in my personal opinion, the way that console launched was the worst launch in history. And all that proved is Nintendo fanboys will buy anything that Nintendo shills out for them, no matter how bad it really is. They don't even own that console. Because if they even try to do anything with it, if they have to repair it or anything, guess what? Nintendo bricks it. You don't see Xbox doing that. You don't see PlayStation doing that. PC manufacturers obviously don't. Only Nintendo bricks your device if you try to do anything with it. Maybe. I have no clue.
Push among like the anti-Nintendo demographics to push this idea that like all the third-party games were failing on the console. Now, that was obviously not true because, you know, you could go on the bestsellers page on the eShop and see that they were bestsellers. You could see that, like, they were selling out in stores. You could see people talking about them online. But no, like, every third-party game was bombing on Switch 2. Like, that was the narrative that people went with to try and downplay the console, was this idea.
So opening up your Switch, a piece of tech or a device that you spend $500 on, you shouldn't be able to open. Is that what you're getting at, Cheetahman? So you're okay with not owning your device? Explains a lot.
That third-party games were not selling, and selling less than our lowest expectations. But there was no source, there was no evidence for this. It was just some vague claim from some anonymous source that kind of defies reality. Okay, like the simple fact of the matter is, Nintendo has confirmed that third-party games are doing like gangbusters on the Switch. You know, we've seen an explosion of third-party support on the console, including Resident Evil.
It's your device. You spent the money on it. It's your product. Why is that so hard to understand? If you buy the product, shouldn't you own the product? You spent your money on it. You don't think you should own the product that you purchased? They will brick your console just for a simple repair. And the reason for that is because if you got to repair your device, go buy a new one. No, it's not. I never said it is. At what point did I ever said piracy was legal?
Requiem, Pragmata, Monster Hunter Stories 3. We've seen like a lot of Yakuza games be ported over. Like the Switch 2 has been really, really big for third-party support. Probably the biggest I have ever seen for a Nintendo console, because third parties have been like, fighting.
They brick it just for opening it up. You don't understand that. Do you understand that? People were just simply trying to look at what the hardware it was in their device, and it got bricked. What? It was all over the internet. How is it that we have more information at our fingertips, yet people are dumber than ever? It's almost as if Nexus Gaming and everyone else kind of called that shit out.
Hard to stay off this console for decades now, but with the declining relevance of PlayStation and Xbox, they've come crawling back. So Nintendo is like dominating right now. You know, they're killing it, and yet like the industry is doing this thing.
They were dominating it because of the Switch 1, not because of the Switch 2. The Switch 1 was, yes, no one's denying it was a good console, and they provided a good price. The Switch 2 was the problem. Nintendo got too greedy, and then they made that console.
They're like bending over backwards. They're trying really, really, really hard to say that it's not happening. You know, like I saw a lot of people try and say that Resident Evil Requiem didn't do very well on Switch, and that's just not true.
It sold best on Steam. What? There's a reason why Capcom said they're doubling down on the PC market. Because over half their sales for the last year has been from PC.
I played the game on Switch. Lots of people played the game on Switch. Like it's just a gigantic cope, and it always was.
It's almost as if does not take that long. Capcom is doubling down on PC, with PC sales now accounting for approximately 50% of its total sales. The company's CEO has stated that PC will soon surpass consoles as a leading gaming platform, and Capcom is prioritizing PC versions of its titles, which has led to the 12th consecutive year of growth for the company. This strategy is driven by the increasing popularity of PC gaming and the broad market trends, as many PC gamers are also own consoles. What was that? LinkedIn, PC gamer. You do realize how these search engines work. Twitter, Hot Hardwire, TechSpot. Oh my god. Except for the fact that the fucking CEO tweeted it on a tweet. Or on X. Like, everyone remembered when it happened. It was right after Requiem launched, and it was so successful on the PC market. Were you not paying attention to what was happening? Jesus Christ. The only thing they're wrong about is the fact that the PC market has already surpassed that of console. That sounds like a you problem. As the majority of my viewers understand me fine. You know, it's almost very simple to do research.
But now that we have hard numbers and we have hard confirmation, like you're gonna see like everyone else just kind of brush it under the rug. You know, just like the claims that like the Switch 2 wasn't selling well. Yeah, that's right. I bought a Switch 2. I knew a lot of people who bought a Switch 2, but
what? So it's not a good idea to research? What? What kind of thought process is that? Jesus Christ.
They returned it because it just didn't have any games. You know, like things that never happened, right? Like things that never happened. And yet, like, you know, this has been the rallying cry for like Nintendo haters, like for the past year. Is just trying desperately to downplay the success of the console, the success of the games, the success of the third party.
They'll probably come on all platforms. I never said that the games weren't coming out on other platforms. Not one bit of that did I ever say that. Don't be twisting my words there. What I'm saying is Capcom is doubling down on the PC market, meaning they're going to be giving PC gamers better ports. That's what that means. Okay? We already, on PC, we already get the better version of games to begin with. You get better frame rate, better resolution. Like
by any means necessary. You know, they'll read out like entire lists of like Switch 2 exclusives and try to say that like the Switch 2 has no.
Yeah, at one point in time. But it's not the 90s and the 2000s anymore. Console gaming is no longer the cheap entry point. They've been doing that for a while now.
Games. Okay, they'll try and say like, you know, all the system sellers are like disappointing and aren't up to snuff. You know, all while they like play Slay the Spire 2 and like things of that nature. You know, they're just completely devoid of any real credibility in the space. And I really have to ask, like, why was this ever a story to begin with? Like, why did nobody listen to good old Harmon Smith when he ran the numbers, you know, studied it and realized that, like, yeah, this is a lie? Okay, why?
Because no one's only going to use someone who just speaks up the top of their head rather than doing research. You wonder why people like Nexus Gaming and other sources do so well. It's because it's called research. Finding the stuff out, getting the facts straight. It is not that hard. It is not that difficult anymore. It's actually easier than it ever has been. No, I don't. But I keep track of what happens in the gaming industry. I actually keep a very close eye on
it. Is no one like kneeling and acknowledging I was right about this? Because I do think that like what we're seeing is kind of like the dying of the Nintendo hate community, where they're still coping. They still
dying of the Nintendo hate community. No, not really. No one's hating on Nintendo. They're just disappointed in Nintendo. There's a huge difference. And people are starting to speak out using their wallets rather than, like, that's the way you should be doing things. Like, why is the Nintendo gives you something shitty and you're like, oh, thank you, may I please have another? PlayStation fanboys do the same thing. We can't really say Xbox fanboys don't. They have done it. They don't do it anymore. If I don't remember right, Xbox wanted to launch Outer Worlds 2 at $80. What happened? You don't even want to know. Anyways, so the Xbox tried to charge $80 for Outer Worlds. Xbox fanboys, PC gamers said, no, we're not paying $80 for this game. And they held them accountable, made their voices heard, and guess what happened? Xbox backed off. There's a reason why Game Pass isn't doing very well. When they increased the fucking price of that thing, most people dropped it. Why? $30 is not worth it. Forza? Is it any good? Yes. It is one of the best racing franchises that exists.
Have a dedicated audience of people who want to see bad news about Nintendo. They're doing everything they can to downplay the company, and yet it's just kind of like,
oh, it's almost like Nintendo is creating the bad news for themselves. No one's trying to like go out of their way to find it. It's almost as half the time we're seeing it literally in real time. Like it's almost as if Nintendo didn't just try to put patents on 26 items to try to stifle competition. Again, like, what?
It's making them look, it's embarrassing to see what they're doing now. I saw Nintendo today. The Mario Galaxy movie made more money than any movie ever that's been released in April. Okay, it broke the last Super Mario Bros. Movie record. So, Nintendo tries to come out and he's like,
okay. Last time I checked, there wasn't very many good movies that came out in April. Plus, April literally just started. What? It's the 3rd. And you're saying it's the best movie to launch in April. You're kind of jumping the gun there, aren't you?
oh yeah, that makes perfect sense because ticket prices have been going up. And immediately people started clowning on him. Because
why should ticket prices be going up? You're going to go see a movie, so it shouldn't cost you an arm and a leg to go see a movie. I don't understand how that's hard to understand.
Because they haven't gone up that much in the past 3 years. So the narrative that Nintendo tried to introduce that the disparity between this and the last Super Mario Bros. Movie was due to rising ticket prices, it was denounced immediately. It was retarded. And that's not the only thing he said and done over the past several years that I would call retarded. But it's becoming more common for people to notice
you really shouldn't use that word.
The tendency from certain analysts and people to push agendas for the company. We saw this with Takashi Mochizuki, right? He came out and he tried to say that what was it? That Nintendo was slowing Switch 2 production this quarter, which is obviously insane.
Yes, they are. They aren't the only ones slowing production down though. Xbox is doing it, PlayStation is doing it, Valve is doing it. Oh, it's almost as if there isn't a RAM crisis going on right now. It's almost as if, computer components, the components that are in your Switch, have been jumping up in price. Like DDR5 literally jumped up to fucking like 500%. That's why price increases have been happening. And are happening across the board.
You consider that like the Mario Galaxy.
Oh. I do got good news. DDR5 RAM prices started to drop. So, I think the AI bubble has finally popped, and I think we're going to start stabilizing and everything's going to go back down to some normalcy. Other components are starting to go up though. CPUs are increasing price. GPUs are still rising. So, we're not out of the woods yet. An SSD hasn't dropped. Neither have hard drives. So the RAM situation seems like it's starting to go away.
Movie was coming out this quarter, and like they're gonna have huge numbers for everything that they're putting out.
Not really. Like if you're gonna assume they have huge numbers before it happens, like do we even have to talk about the Wii U? As a commercial flop. So what?
Like again, this is another thing they don't talk about is how the Mario Galaxy movie is obviously going to serve as a glorified commercial for their actual products and raise sales for games like Mario Galaxy, Mario Tennis Fever, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. But like, they came out and they tried to say that like the production is going to be massively reduced due to poor sales, and like there was that initial like
push. What said it had to do with poor sales? It had to do with the fucking market. There's nothing to do with poor sales. Like a lot of people are worried that the Steam machine's even going to come out at this point, even though it does look like it's still coming out. But it's because of the price of hardware. That's the problem. And I get it. Console fanboys, console peasants don't understand hardware. They really don't. Okay? They just go buy something, plug it in, and call it good. That's why they assume that you need to buy a $2,500 computer to play video games at the same quality as a console, when that's far from the truth.
To try and like treat this like a credible report, but then like anybody who's been paying attention was just like looking at this and I was just like, these numbers don't make any sense. Like this guy doesn't have a source. This guy is just pulling it out of his ass. And like we got like lots of confirmation from other analysts in the industry that like, yeah, this guy was making it up. And like that seems to be the case now, is that like people like that have a bad reputation and aren't taken seriously by the community. The only people who are like, who are still supporting Nintendo grifters are people who hate the company and want to see them fail. And that's going to be a real problem. If you make your agenda too well known, if you don't like pass yourself off as like a jaded Nintendo fan,
people are just calling out Nintendo. Like I don't understand how that's so hard to understand. So you're telling us we're not allowed to call out Nintendo? Like, are we not able or allowed to call out Nintendo? Like, we're not allowed to hold these corporations accountable for their actions? Like, I mean, you do know you have the ability to speak with your wallet, right? You decide where your money goes. No one else. You do. So you get mad at others for calling something for what it is. Hey, man, you got to have your Gooner games once in a while.
Who just doesn't like the direction the company's taken. Like, there's no reason for anybody to listen to you, really. So you're gonna have this like dwindling and dwindling demographic of people who just like delusionally hate Nintendo for their own purposes. It's just disgusting. It is ridiculous. Seeing.
Are you guys going through my Steam library right now? You do realize I don't care, right?
What like the masses are trying to do about this. It's positively disgusting. So what I want to see going forward, I want to see like more of a pushback.
Yeah, because they promoted child pornography. I don't have a problem with porn. I just have a problem with child pornography. And I won't date anyone who does porn. Like, it's just a personal preference.
Back against.
It's a fucking video game. $18? What? And all the characters in those games are 18 and older, so. Okay. Oh, you're doing a TED joke. Funny.
These kind of narratives, because I debunked like the third party games not selling thing almost immediately, and yet like we're only just now getting to the point where people are realizing that like yes, third party games in general are selling very well on Switch too. Now, obviously, you are going to have outliers that don't do very well because they're not very good.
No, it's a video game. Jesus Christ.
They're not good ports. They're like, they're old. They're just not very popular. You're going to see situations like that. But like the idea that every third-party game was doing badly on Switch 2 was very observably wrong right out of the gate. And that is.
No, because Nintendo has a history of third-party games doing bad on their platforms. It's almost like there's a reasoning why back in the day that Activision stopped making Call of Duty games on Nintendo. All right. We're going to end this with one last video. We're going to watch Dreamcast Guy. Ugh. Got the controller.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. Today I want to talk about the future of PlayStation, because this has been a very strange generation for the PlayStation 5. We've had way less.
You don't play very many porn games, have you? No, I wouldn't love that. I don't want anything to do with the Switch 2. Everyone I know personally have pretty much decided to not have anything to do with that console. So, him, my stepfather, who loves Nintendo.
Exclusives, but somehow more profitability. Sony continues to brag that they have made over $136
don't you know it?
billion on the PlayStation.
Okay. Okay, let's finish this video up because I do have to end this stream because I got a lot I have to do tomorrow. So.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. Today I want to talk about the future of PlayStation, because this has been a
How did I know he was gonna bring up the fucking controller? How did I fucking know? It's almost like he does it in every fucking video.
Very strange generation for the PlayStation 5. We've had way less exclusives, but somehow
way less games as a whole. Yeah, you've had way less exclusives. You've gotten one tentpole title a year.
more profitability. Sony.
Yeah, you can. You can do super chats and all that stuff.
He continues to brag that they have made over $136 billion on the PlayStation 5, and most of that comes from third-party software. Basically,
that literally was like one achievement. 17 minutes. I don't know where you're getting that. Let's see. Supposedly I only got 17 minutes on Forza. Yet I have 10.6 on Steam. I have probably over a couple hundred on Horizon 5 anyways. Got over like a couple hundred on Xbox.
every other game selling so much. Honestly, gaming being so big.
None. That's why I stopped playing it. Well, no, that wasn't the only reason. I just didn't enjoy it.
It's been very, very profitable for Sony, even though they haven't really been trying to release first-party stuff. But there's been discussion about the PlayStation 6, because this is just something that doesn't feel necessary yet. There's already a lot of rumblings.
All right. We'll be back.
As this song now meets its end, another mic we will extend. The cycle never truly stops, so mining as we gold.
Do you want to admit that you're stupid and wrong, or do we have to prove it to you? You a retard? We got a retard in the chat. We got a fucking idiot that don't know how to listen. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. You should have 100% got banned. Like, the fact that this guy isn't banned is a disgrace. I can guarantee that, like, this is not the last time that this person is going to say something stupid. Instead of spending time with his wife and his child, he spends the time on the internet and on Twitter arguing and fighting with people and getting mad about me. No, you're not. You're being criticized because you're obnoxious, disgusting, annoying, and rude. This is the same girl that said I killed my mother. The amount of sympathy that I have for this? Zero. And so I say, don't try to use your hijab as a shield for your disgusting behavior. I am totally in my villain arc. I'm going to say that now. I am completely in my villain arc. I don't give a fuck about any of this stuff anymore. Your community is full of a bunch of weird fucking freaks. This is pathetic. You get what you fucking deserve. I'm not making fun of you for it. I'm just saying that you deserve it. This is a joke, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's why I'm talking about it. That's explicitly the reason why I'm talking about it. My goal is to completely eradicate these parasites from the internet. These people are not good people. He's actually just like me. He's just a nasty little rat. You shouldn't have talked shit about me. What do you think? I'm a target dummy? You think I'm supposed to just take it? I don't know who this guy is, but I feel like the more that we find out, the worse it gets. Who the fuck is this guy? Pirate Software is delusional. Pirate Software accidentally proved himself wrong. Pirate Software has lost everything. Pirate Software lost, wait, 100,000? Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. I didn't even know. Pirate Software quit and lied about it. Pirate Software can't stop lying. The entire internet has turned on Pirate Software. Just now, Pirate Software is getting sued. He's done. Pirate Software meltdown. Pirate Software situation. How to be a massive fraud. Pirate Software. Fraud. Everybody, like, every single message is negative. No, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. It's so obvious. While his career has stagnated because his fake persona that he's put out in front of everybody has been on display by him streaming, I'm an asshole too, but the only difference is that he thinks he has to fake not being one in order for people to like him. He hasn't grown on Twitch in 5 years, and he's been doing the same content for a long time, and so this is the real reason why he's mad at me.
Church.
city don't really fuck with you tough. I'm the villain and hero at once. I'm a titan, I don't need a check from a thug. Too blessed, so I'm yelling church. Real king of the city is leader or buck. Fuck all these hippies, I'm telling what's up. No monopoly on me, these so sellers stay dwelling crying. No Nachi and jelly is fuck. Neck too red to be scared of a pistol. And you late on that feature for whistle. 615, he ain't sharing it neither. No setting, no shells like a bottle that's gone in some minutes. Cash for be.
Gabe, you ready for me to ban your ass? I saw your fucking video. There's part of the fucking PSG. Get the fuck out of here. All right. All right. All right, let's finish watching Dreamcast Guy.
That maybe the PlayStation 6 is dropping literally next year, but there was this strange leak last night. Kepler is a leaker that has a 100% track record. He's essentially, it seems like he's probably an employee at one of the tech industries like AMD or NVIDIA or something. He seems to have some sort of insider knowledge that goes beyond just, oh, I heard this at a bar. He seems like he actually knows what's really going on. And he's been talking about manufacturing for the Xbox, the Nintendo Switch, and the PlayStation a lot. And he says that currently the prototype version of the PlayStation 6 is cheaper than the PlayStation 5. And I want to discuss this because, to be honest, I was offline all day yesterday.
There's no way. I'm going to be completely fucking honest with you. So, for those of you guys who haven't paid attention or haven't noticed, okay. So there was a price increase for PlayStation. The PlayStation 5 is now $900. PS5 Pro is now $900. You telling me that the PlayStation 6 is going to cost less than that? You got to be out of your mind. I am betting it. I'm almost for sure. Now, at this point in time, now that we're reaching the $900 threshold, and you guys were nowhere to be heard when that happened, but now we're at the $900 threshold. You telling me that they're not going to launch those consoles at $1,000 each? Come on.
Just hanging out with friends, touching grass, eating a lot of meat and stuff like that. And while I was out there, a lot of people have been sending this, and a lot of people, I think, don't really grasp what Kepler is saying. So I want to break it down and try and explain this because I do think the console could be cheaper, but I'm not sure it's going to be as inexpensive as you may imagine. Let's break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already.
Guys, I'm trolling him right now, but guys, why don't you go ahead? Why don't you like and subscribe if you haven't already? Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Now, let's just start with the fact that on Friday, they did a significant price increase to the current gen PlayStation, basically making it so the PS5 went up $100. The PS5 Pro went up $100.
Yeah, look at that. This is where I think the next gen console for PlayStation and Xbox is going to be at the $1,000 mark. It's going to hit $1,000. And to me, it's insane because as hardware ages, its value decreases. So at what point are these consoles that are, 6 years old, at least? how is it that they haven't dropped in price? You're telling me that these consoles are worth $650, $600, $900? Like, and no, I don't consider the Portal a fucking console or a handheld console because I've never looked at it and I think it's a shitty device. These consoles are not worth this. They are old, outdated, and they are not worth that price tag. Period. This is the first generation in ever that the consoles have gone up in price as they've aged. This is the first time this has happened, and console gaming is no longer the cheap entry point into gaming. I don't care what anyone says. It isn't. PC gaming right now is the cheap entry level point. There, I said it. I know I'm going to hurt some people's feelings, and they're going to hate the facts, but that's how it stands. Okay, you can build a gaming PC for the same price of these consoles, even now in today's market, that can perform right up next to them, if not outperform them. Okay, then on top of that, you don't have to pay for online. You get better frame rates. You get more control over your game. You have access to more games. You get game sales. And games are cheaper. Like, hello? McFly? Anyone home? Like, come on.
And $50. And I made a video about this because I'm almost afraid about the fact that there is an affordability problem inside of gaming right now, which is just in general, it does feel like so many games come out busted, broken, unpatched, unfinished, or crappy live service games at full price.
Your beloved PlayStation is doing that. How is Marathon doing? Oh, it's not good. It's not good. Oh boy. Yeah, it's been dropping. Yeah, it's been dropping from its release. It started at 88,000 players and has now dropped down to 32,000. That game is going to flop. But hey, I guess Steam charts don't prove anything, right?
In general, it's not just that the price feels so high. It's not just that $70 is a lot of freaking money. It's that a lot of games don't feel like they're $70. And as consoles get close to $1,000,
no, including PlayStation games. PlayStation launches the same fucking crap every goddamn year, and you guys are like, "Oh, thank you, please. May I have another piece of crap?" Like, I don't like my hand being held in a video game. I'm just being honest with you. If you like it, I guess that's you. You can enjoy that. That's fine. But me personally, I don't like my hand being held in a game. PlayStation has not been making games that I find even close to interesting.
A lot of people are basically saying, okay, can I afford to stay in this space? Somebody needs to make a cheaper alternative. Now, some people are trying to rush out and buy a PlayStation 5 Pro while they can because the price increase technically starts next week. But There has been a lot of discussion about why costs are so high. What is it that makes the systems more expensive now than they were in 2020? Because some people that aren't really like on the back end reading like investor reports and boring nerd crap like that, stuff like that, that I enjoy a lot. There has been a shortage of AI RAM chips. Essentially, all the RAM in the world is being taken up by supercomputing companies trying to basically make digital God. Now, everybody's
You're just figuring this out now. You guys were doubling down saying that consoles will never increase because of the RAM prices. Look at my okay. These PlayStation fanboys in particular, okay? Not saying the other ones didn't do it because they definitely did. But PlayStation fanboys were the loudest about it, saying, "Hey, look, RAM prices are going through the roof. That means the best place to play is PlayStation." What? And they thought their console wasn't going to see a price increase with the hardware price increases. It's almost as if we all saw it coming. Hey, it's not like the hardware in our PCs have anything to do with your precious consoles. It's not like your PlayStations, your Xboxes, even your Nintendo Switch 2s. They all have PC hardware inside. Your Xbox and PlayStation are nothing more than small form factor PCs. They have AMD architecture. I don't know how hard that is to understand. So everything inside your console is PC components. So as a PC components prices go up, guess what's going to follow with it? Those devices, those OEM PCs, the PCs you go and buy at the store. And then, well, of course, your components go up, then your OEM PCs. Then it hits the console space. There's a reason why you can't even buy a fucking Steam Deck right now. It's because of the RAM crisis, which I give Valve credit for. Instead of increasing the price of the device, they just stop production until the RAM crisis or this whole AI crisis is over. Like, what?
Been racing to try and make this hyper crazy AI as much as possible. So some companies like OpenAI, like Oracle, Blue Origin, places like Google, they've been buying literally 70% of the global RAM. Literally 70.
NVIDIA's been buying the most. I'm surprised you didn't say that one. Microsoft has been higher, or is actually just I think it's just a little bit lower. But it's almost as if fucking NVIDIA got cooked by the PC gamers. Interesting. You know what that caused to happen? It did cause a ripple effect. Oh, it definitely did. Because what did Microsoft go around and do after that happened? They started backing off on AI. Interesting, huh?
Percent of the global RAM being produced. They're even buying factories of RAM chips. They're even buying stuff before it's made. There's actually been talks where they will literally approach them and say, "Oh, you're making 60 million chips next year? Yeah, I want to buy like 40 million of them in cash now." It seems like a lot of those contracts have been voided. Now, we don't know why yet publicly, but there has been discussion that it does seem like these companies maybe don't have as many trillions of dollars as they probably expected. So a lot of those orders of, hey, I want to buy 60% of the global RAM chips, those orders are now being voided. So those are being sold to consumers, which means those prices are suddenly taking a very, very steep decline. Now, this is still just rumblings. We don't know specifically why, but we can tell that specifically, suddenly, for seemingly no reason, a bunch of RAM that doesn't exist suddenly exists. And what does this cause? Costs to fall, at least hypothetically, right? I mean, they could keep these costs extremely high, but typically, these companies, when they're selling it in bulk to a company, they mark it up. Whereas to consumers, they're trying to sell it on a bit by bit individual basis. But going into
What? The consumer market was horrible. Like, I got a question, Jim Kiska. Have you ever built a PC? And did you even take a look on like Newegg or Amazon even at the cost of DDR5 RAM? It's fucking horrifying. Okay. It's almost as if we saw it coming. And the sad thing is your consoles aren't going to drop for a while. And the reason why I say this, because that is the back end of the PC market. So that hardware, if they ordered it during the RAM crisis, they're going to get charged top end dollar. It means your next gen console is probably going to be at $1,000.
PlayStation 6, a lot of people just don't seem excited about it. It does seem like a lot of people are just basically saying, like, it needs to cook longer, right? PlayStation 5 is still so dang good. PlayStation 5 has so much to play on the third party side of things. I feel like we are getting a lot of big, crazy, amazing games. You know, even if you don't like something like Crimson Desert, it is interesting that we're getting like 200-hour-long RPGs with all sorts of weird, crazy mechanics like jetpacks and minions and freaking rideable trains in a medieval fantasy. But my point is the fact that
Oh, wow, you're so surprised you guys are getting games. It's almost like everyone's getting games. Like, I'm glad you enjoy your PlayStation. It's good that you enjoy your purchase. But at what point do you stop defending these corporations and start holding them accountable?
a lot of people are saying, okay, what could a PlayStation 6 do that my PlayStation 5 can't? You know, there is still that sort of discussion of like, okay, I'm not sure I care about more graphics. Right now, I just feel like everything looks so good, everything plays so good. Do I really need something more expensive than my essentially $1,000 console, right? So some people have basically, myself included, have been saying that I want the PlayStation 6 to come out as far out as possible, mostly because of the cost factor. I do not want a $1,200 PlayStation. I just simply do not. I just cannot imagine it. Do you know, I bought the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 day one. I made videos about it 5 years ago, 6 years ago when they came out. And it was really interesting there at the launch. You know how much they cost? At the time, it was the most money I'd ever spent on gaming in one period possible. In 1 week, I bought a $500 PlayStation 5, the one with the disc drive, and a $500 Xbox Series X. So I spent $1,000 in 1 week just to get both those consoles.
Think about that. These consoles launched at $500. You're almost double the price now. At what point are you guys going to hold these console manufacturers accountable for these price increases? Consoles, originally, the idea of console was supposed to be a cheap entry level into gaming. Okay? They were supposed to lose sales on the hardware itself, and they make their money back on the software sales. That's not happening anymore. Both Xbox and PlayStation have admitted they're making money off of every console sold. I'm sorry. It's just not a good business model. That's not how consoles were supposed to be.
Consoles. And it's weird to think.
Absolutely. They absolutely used to get cheaper over time. But that's not happening anymore. They're getting more expensive. That's the part that I just don't seem to understand. But then again, I am in my 30s. I'm a millennial. I remember when consoles were cheap and when console prices would drop. But this is not an okay thing. And the problem is nobody's holding these companies accountable. They're not sitting there saying, well, I'm going to speak with my dollar and not spend that price tag.
Get with the PlayStation 6 with current.
Like, that was a lot of reasons why a lot of people waited to upgrade, because they waited for the prices to drop before they upgraded. That was the whole point. Like, I remember I didn't, when I was big into Xbox, oh yeah, PS6 is absolutely doomed. But when I bought my when I was playing on Xbox, I didn't upgrade for my 360 until the Xbox One prices dropped. So I didn't have to pay that unnecessary price point. Oh yeah, I'm almost positive the PS6 will launch at $1,000. Easy. If these consoles are now hitting $900, you might as well be spending, well, with the Pro, you're pretty much spending $1,000 because for the disc drive and the STAM. They're already at that now. These next gen consoles are just going to be too expensive. And these PCs, guess what? They're already ahead of console. They're going to gain an even bigger gap ahead of console. Because PC gaming, as time is going on, is becoming, people are looking at it and going, huh, I can buy a $900 console or buy a $900 PC that can do everything the console can do, plus more, okay? And I don't have to pay for online. I get all the games. I can save money on my games. I have access to PC Game Pass. Like, the list goes on. You have backwards compatibility to everything, thanks to GOG. Like, it's almost as if the cheap entry point is no longer console. It is PC. And if this Steam machine launches at $700 or less, console manufacturers are cooked.
Prices kind of calculated in, a lot of people are assuming that it's going to cost at least $1,200. And that brings us to the Kepler talk. Now, Kepler L2 has a very long track record of talking about what it is that is happening with next gen. He's actually been somebody who leaked a lot of stuff.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss.
Trying to prevent it. My cash in the wall, the Batman building a Robin around me, you can go miss. You ain't scared, dog, no more them days of Rovey. Bet the red on back my neck that you don't know me. Tennessee OG, got that flow creek. My title got no title, and these roots done grew a whole tree. I'm above the y'all, big 615. Can't beat me or cheat me, got cheat 'em in lines. One lane roads, made a go to my prevail on I pre-post my own headline. Leaving the seat with the next in line. Camouflage jacket, majestic with pines. Stay in denial, rejecting the signs, cause I'm the leader and you been behind. Tell up 615. Cause I think it's asked for God. Yeah. Tell them 615. Cause I think it's asked for God. Tables are turning, that shit ain't from Cliffy. Your storyline bullshit ain't bullshit that missed me. Your PR team grifty got you looking thrifty. You praising the Lord, now you selling whiskey. When you say the word bubble, you sound like a sissy. I eat from Nash and struggle to grip it. Pistol ain't got one, I know no to grip it. I'm a grim reaper to kill for the Christians. I got the power to make them not listen. And nobody around here gives a fuck. You fake with the prison, got a fake position. You a fake musician, false prophet, walk around with fake visions. I'm roaming round, you a damn patrician. To be on my level, you need my permission. My wingspan big as the hell that you live in. If you know what's up, the gate locked and can't get in. I'm the angel, just look how I glisten. That Gladys fake malice, that's holy division. You ain't scary, dog, I'm the city's OG. David Crockett get it poppin', Antioch love me. And my soul free, nobody on me. Jason must be Slavic, run to Ford off the whole street. Bow tie, neck red, enemies, all dead. My lane, no tread, sleep on, no bed. Ground level, oh yeah, hellbound. Who said it's so? Oh well, tell them 615.
All right, we're back.
About the PlayStation 5 Pro way before it came out, all sorts of stuff like that, right? Well, he has been saying that next generation is not just going to be a PlayStation 6, it's going to be the PlayStation 6 is. There's actually going to be a tinier version, a portable version that plays basically PlayStation 6 games on the go. Think of it as a Nintendo Switch that plays a downscaled version of PlayStation 6 games. It'll still play the games, but they have roughly the graphical power of like a PlayStation 5, which I don't know about you, that still sounds pretty dang good. And then there's going to be a
Not really. So you're telling me that thing is going to be weaker than the ROG Ally? That's funny. So you're telling me that based off your thought process, keep this in mind, guys, that Xbox will still have the most powerful handheld. You know, one thing I give that handheld credit for is it's not a console. See, it's almost as if Xbox is playing the longer game, while PlayStation is playing the short game. The reason why I say this is because Xbox is switching to focus on PC. That is why the next Xbox is going to be a PC hybrid. Or PlayStation is just launching another console? He absolutely is too, actually. I have to agree with you with that one, Ben.
Higher end, more expensive, crazy console only version that's PlayStation 6. Think of it almost like the PlayStation 5 Pro. Well, he is saying that according to the stuff he's seen, this is currently basically the what's that phrase?
You're using Zubitech as a source. Zubitech, a PlayStation fanboy. Do you know why people call you a fucking shill? A corporate bootlicker? Because your sources are always PlayStation fanboys. You never go to someone who's going to be honest.
Bill of materials, just in case nobody understands, the current cost to make it is about $760, counting all the current price of storage space, which honestly has gotten a lot more expensive. The RAM price, which obviously is much more expensive, it's about $760, which means that it could cost $699 if they're willing to take it at a substantial loss. Basically,
you think PlayStation... Oh my God. Oh my God. That'd be stupid. This is why I say PlayStation fanboys are some of the dumbest people, I swear. Have they paid attention to what their own CEOs have said? PlayStation has already admitted that they aren't losing money on consoles anymore. They're making money. You think they're going to go in for a loss? That ship's already sailed, dude. I'm being honest with you. That bitch is going to cost $1,000.
With PlayStation especially, they subsidize the cost very high. If it costs them $550 to make a PlayStation 5 like it did at launch,
I'm going to be honest with you. There's only one company I can see with these next gen of the consoles or PC hybrids that will end up taking a loss. Yeah, no, their costs. So they're making money on these consoles now, and PlayStation has been notorious for increasing the price of their consoles, which Xbox has as well, and so has Nintendo. I'm not saying they're not all guilty of it, because they definitely are. They're not going to lose money on this next gen console. That's why I'm almost positive they're not going to take a loss.
Sell it to you for $500 because they want to make sure you buy their.
Oh, and as I was saying, I think the Steam machine will be the only console that they actually, or device that goes in for a loss. But that's because Valve and Steam is in a position where they can afford it. Well, they all can afford it. It's just only one of these companies is actually doing pro-consumer acts. So there's that
system, right? Every person that buys it, it leads to this $136 billion of profit. If you buy their system, you buy every game through their platform. They get a 30% cut of every game that sells. Every bestseller becomes a PlayStation profit machine. So if it costs $760 to make the PlayStation 6, hypothetically, it could cost $699 for us, right?
Please tell me you understand how PlayStation does things now. Guys, do you think this Dreamcast guy knows how PlayStation runs things? Has he not been, like, do you think he's been paying attention to PlayStation's, like, trend? I personally don't think he is. Tell me what you guys think. Because they're not going to take a loss on that 760.
Right? The question is if Sony will even bother now that Xbox is not a direct competition anymore. Now, this.
Because Xbox has already admitted that PlayStation isn't their competition. Microsoft's main concern isn't going to be PlayStation. It isn't Sony. I don't understand how you fanboys haven't figured this shit out yet. Microsoft's number one competitor is Valve. SteamOS and other, like, Linux-based gaming operating systems have jumped. Why? Because of Proton Layer. Steam has made it where games are able to launch and play on Linux. Yeah, trust. I don't think he does either. So, and we just didn't. So, Windows 10, they stopped supporting it last year. And if you know how Windows 11 works, the hardware is too old. Windows 11 won't work on it. So, you had all those old PCs that were still very capable of doing modern games, playing modern games, that are switching over to Linux. Why? Because Windows 10 has no support.
is the actual billion-dollar question.
The only people that are staying with Windows, like myself, for instance, are people who play any online games. Or not any online games, but certain online games. Because of kernel level anti-cheat. And outside of that, the game doesn't require that. Proton is like, so if you guys know what Proton Layer does, but it tricks the game into thinking it's running on DirectX. So it makes it so like when I was running so I did run a Linux PC for a little while. And there was a game that I was worried about running on it. SimCity 4. Why was I worried about it running on it? Because it's never worked on a Linux PC ever. Proton Layer made it possible, and I was able to play that. Oh, another one. Star Wars The Old Republic. I thought the same thing, especially with it being an online game, an MMO. It worked. Perfectly fine, actually. I was even playing with some of my buddies. Are you gonna eventually see what's happening? That's how it goes.
Who is pushing back against PlayStation? Who is going to make them actually fight for it? When Sony...
Steam. Valve. The reason why, this is, I think, is the main reason. PlayStation pulled back from launching their tentpole titles on Steam is because of both the Xbox Helix, and here's the big one. The big one. The Steam machine. Because those devices will be able to hook up to your living room TV, okay? And be able to play all your PlayStation games. That means a device would be competing for the living room with them. PlayStation, just like Nintendo, don't like competition.
Has done the best, undeniably, is when they've been the underdog. Stuff like the PlayStation 3 generation. If you were not around during the PlayStation 3 generation, the PlayStation 3 was not selling. We're not just selling bad, we're saying it literally was sitting on store shelves. There were places that were doing like trade-in deals and stuff of, hey, we literally, if you trade in any console, we'll double it if you're buying a PlayStation 3. Or stores were so desperate to sell them, they were literally selling PlayStation 3s with bundled games, and it was the store taking the loss just to try and sell any amount of PlayStation 3s, which is funny because the PlayStation 3 ended up becoming...
The PlayStation 3, you're talking about at launch, it was because it was too goddamn expensive. It was $600. The console was not worth $600. I don't know who in right mind thinks that console is worth $600. This is why I have no respect for PlayStation. And it started with that generation, to be honest with you. Because, okay, when that $600 price tag showed up, I have been saying it since then, that they'll keep trying to push that needle, okay? They got humbled, okay? That's why the PS4 costs less. But the PS5 costs the same. No, it costs less, but the Pro costs more. PS4 Pro, I think, also cost about the same as the PS3. Ever since then, I've had absolutely no respect for PlayStation. Because they showed their true colors. Okay. But, hey, we should have saw this back when they first came around. Back during the PS2 generation. The reason why I say this, PlayStation did one of the dirtiest things that any game console manufacturer has ever done to its competition. Okay. Ben, Trust, for all officers in the chat, what did PlayStation do to Sega? And the reason why I say this, PlayStation tried doing the exact same thing to Xbox. And they would give these developers money to keep the console off their competitor's platform. Because everyone knows the best way to sell your console, your device, is to sell software, and third-party games is your bread and butter. Exactly. Trust. PlayStation absolutely killed Sega in one of the dirtiest ways possible. I'm almost positive. I'm not like I like some retro consoles, but I don't like I'm not too in depth with that because I'm in my 30s. But I'm almost positive, based off what I've seen, because I do have a lot of retro console guys, and I have friends who like retro consoles, have all despised PlayStation for what they did to Sega. PlayStation has been one of the greediest console manufacturers that we have ever seen. And that's saying a lot because Nintendo's been doing quite a few greedy things as of late. But it was never at their entire lifespan of that console. I'm not saying that they weren't guilty of their consoles. I'm not saying that they weren't guilty of shady things. They absolutely were, especially when Sega first launched. But Sega was able to get around that. But it was only through the stores. It wasn't through the games. Don't get me wrong. PlayStation 2 is one of the best consoles that was ever made. And no one will disagree with that. But it doesn't mean that no one pays attention to how they've acted since the PS2 era going forward. Now, Sony as a whole, that's a whole nother book of worms.
So popular, so big, and have so many games, the PlayStation 3 at the end of that generation ended up winning in total console sales, but
only by a small margin. It was literally by a sliver. Like, did you not pay attention to that generation? And yes, that generation is goated as one of the best generations because, well, it was good. Okay. Granted, everyone pretty much agrees that the generation before it was still better. But in a lot of ways, that generation, yeah, had its problems on all sides. But was still one of the best. Like, to me, from the launch of the original Xbox, the PS2, all the way, and the GameCube, all the way up, this is where it stops. The golden age for consoles started from the original Xbox, the PS2, and ended with the Xbox 360, the PS4, and the Wii. And why? Because game developers took risks. So we saw new IPs, we saw something new, and we're like, what is this? Like, or Morrowind. When Morrowind launched, on being the first Elder Scrolls to launch on a console, okay, everyone was like, fuck yeah. Okay? And we kept seeing it happen because these companies were taking risks. That's why we got so many great and amazing games. And on top of that, because you didn't have patches, because they didn't have the updates, they were launched complete. They weren't selling us broken games. Well, obviously there was the few games, and then there was the games that we loved, even though they were broken. Skyrim. But it was a good generation. It was a good 2 generations. And then all of a sudden we went to what we're dealing with today. The Xbox One and the PS4 killed the console. And I do know that I'm probably going to get some people who are going to either show up in my comments or even one of my chats from one of my streams, or even try to clip me or whatever they want to fucking do or react to what I'm saying and say, oh, he isn't telling the truth, or some bullshit like that. Come on. The sad thing I do have to say, though, we didn't know how good we had it until it was gone. Now, I'm not saying that we aren't seeing great games anymore, but the problem is it's not AAA game developers doing it. It's not console manufacturers doing it. It's on the PC space and it's indie games. Those are the ones doing it. Why are these indie games just so successful? Because they're taking risks. They're trying new things. They're building experiences that people are enjoying. Exactly. Like, go through the Steam charts. Okay, that's the best way to do it, right? That's what everyone uses. The best games are indie games. Now, of course, we're not talking about CS:GO because obviously we know that game has always, or CS2, CS has always had a high player count. But as a whole, the indie games are absolutely destroying the AAA space. How is it that the best game last year was an indie game? Why do you think these AAA manufacturers, why do you think Nintendo is trying so hard to put Pocket Pair into debt and trying so hard to destroy that game? Because they know that the indie developers are eating their food. They're the ones doing what the gamers want. It's almost as if you give your customer what they want and you are pro-consumer about it, and they'll come flocking to you. Why is Steam the number one fucking store for games? Period. Oh, absolutely Nintendo hates competition. And they're proving it right now. Those patents proved it. And I don't care what any Nintendo fanboy tries to say. Okay? They don't like to compete. And these companies are not catering to you. They're catering to their pocketbook. Fucking PlayStation. Oh, absolutely. Pocket Pair made them look horrible. And they didn't like that. 2 guys in a fucking shed, pretty much, made a game better than anything Nintendo was putting out. And I'm saying, because, yes, Expedition 33 absolutely was the best game last year. And dominated. Here's the thing. It had a $50 price point. It was made by an indie studio. And it was a good game. Okay? But Pal World has really exposed the greed of these corporations. Even better than Expeditions did. Expedition didn't really show the greed, they just made a really good game. And I'm not saying AAA developers don't make good bangers anymore, or good games. They definitely do. We just had one Capcom made Requiem. Okay? But that's because Capcom learned. Give your consumer what they want. Earn that dollar. You go to a job and you half-ass it, you're not going to have a job very long, are you? So how is it that we can't half-ass it in our jobs, but these corporations can half-ass it? And that's why consumers need to start speaking with their wallet.
Right now, Sony is the default console. I've talked about this in other videos, but right now, PlayStation is a million miles ahead. They have almost...
Didn't the Switch outsell the PlayStation 5? $153 million. For the Switch. $84.2. Miles and millions of miles ahead? I'm sorry. That doesn't tell anyone that PlayStation is miles ahead in the console space. Granted, it doesn't help that Nintendo killed themselves, but it's not the first time. I don't know about you, but I do remember the Wii U.
3-1, sold more consoles than Xbox. And Nintendo Switch 2 is doing pretty good, but right now the PlayStation 5 is still drastically outselling it, especially.
The console just came out last summer, but it's not gonna do well. Period. I think it's gonna drop at some point. I think you're gonna get all the Nintendo fanboys buying it, and then I think at that point it will drop off. Okay, my buddy, a good friend of mine, I've been friends with for years, refused to buy the Switch 2. And he refuses to pay for it because he hates what Nintendo did. You know what he did instead of getting a Switch 2? He got himself a Steam Deck. It's almost as if PC gaming is winning. Like, that's where it's all moving to. The sad thing is, if Nintendo and PlayStation do not figure this out, they will fall. And they will, at some point, be irrelevant. If they keep the route they're going now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. In the next 10 years, if they keep going this route in the next 10 years, because trust me, we've seen how that stuff changes like that. They'll be out of the console space. Oh, so I would love to get a Steam Deck. But the only thing that is stopping me is the fact that they don't have any in stock right now. So, that is a thing. And if I'm going to get a Steam Deck, I'm just going to get the regular one, open it up, and put in 1 terabyte SSD. I'm not going to pay for the terabyte, the more expensive model. But again, it's almost as if Steam is like, hey, you want to buy that product? It's yours. Where Nintendo's going, you want to buy that product? Yeah, you can buy that product, but it's not yours. You open that bitch up, we're going to brick it. It's almost as if Nintendo's been bricking their consoles. And you can't say it isn't happening. Because I can't count how many fucking YouTube videos, fucking Rumble videos, TikTok reels of people having their Switches bricked all because they had to repair one part. Those consoles are pushing to you own nothing and you be happy. And the sad part is you fanboys buy into it every fucking time.
Especially the last couple months. And so it's become this interesting thing where I think, okay, when it goes into next gen, do they have that same incentive to subsidize the hell out of it, to sell it for the lowest cost possible?
They're not going to sell it for the lowest cost possible. We're talking about PlayStation here, right? We're not talking about Valve. Okay. We're talking about PlayStation. The same company that has literally admitted that they're making money on their hardware. You're telling me that the company that wants to nickel and dime their user base is going to sell that thing for a loss? Oh, no, I don't think so.
And I think that I'm in a spot where I still hope that Sony tries to take that loss, that Sony gets it out there. Now, there has been discussion. Some people in the comments are even sort of talking about the idea that it really does come down to the fact that will they be willing to take that loss when they really don't need to? Right now, if you want the next gen console, I think they realize maybe we could mark it up and make profit on both the hardware and the software, right? PlayStation 6 will hardly hit 60 million consoles sold if this comes true. The PlayStation business will hurt beyond repair, and they'll have to completely change their model. Maybe that's what they're doing, and we just can't see it yet. Not sure what's going to happen if this happens by early 2028. During the PlayStation 3 era,
The problem is you guys are not even using an actual good source. You guys are using a shitty source hoping it's true. Until it comes from PlayStation's mouths, don't take it as fact. Okay? But you can't even take what PlayStation says as fact, though, either. You know, it's almost like, you know, when we were all on a lot of us were on that boat when Phil Spencer said only 4 games. We thought it was only 4 games. Obviously, that didn't happen. Granted, I do feel it was for the better, because exclusives are pointless.
Sony took a loss of around $300 per console to gain that market share. In business, it is sustained by the millions of users it has, and if they want to keep that audience, it'll likely start accepting a loss once again. Now, the thing is that I am afraid that they are going to try and double dip. I do think that there is a good possibility that Sony is going to get greedy enough that they think, look, if you want a PlayStation, you'll pay whatever the hell we say, right? If you want a game with your friends, if you want the no exclusives, you'll pay what we want. You're going to drink that sloppy up piggy. So if it costs them $760 to make, and let's keep in mind the PlayStation 5 Pro right now is $900 without a disc drive. So with the disc drive, it's over $1,000. There is a good chance that, unfortunately, I do think there is a chance that the PlayStation 6, even if it costs less for Sony in an odd way, I think they're still going to probably charge whatever the PlayStation 5 Pro costs. I think they're sort of trying to get people acclimated to it. I've been sent some stuff from certain subscribers.
No, there's a simple way of making sure PlayStation doesn't do it. Don't buy the product. If they're going to screw you, why buy the product? See, a company doesn't work well if they don't provide for their customer, because the customer will leave. You think that you PlayStation fanboys is going to be enough to sustain PlayStation? Maybe. I could see that as a possibility. But that just means they're going to charge you more. Just wait for it. Wait for the $100 game price point.
That they think this is sort of a strategy from PlayStation. That maybe PlayStation doesn't necessarily need to mark up these.
Exactly. If they're not going to give you what you like, if they're not going to give you a good product at a good price, at a price that is reasonable, that is worth the price, why pay for it? This is why PC gamers, why we love this space so much. Do you know what we love? Price to performance. And I'm not talking about the PC tourists who think that you have to buy a $2,500 PC to game. I'm talking about the guys who understand hardware and understand that just because it costs the most money, are you getting the best performance for that more money? You know how many people think you have to have a 5090 to play video games at the level of a fucking console? It's stupid how many people think that. You don't. I'm going to tell you right now, my B580 is running circles around my old Xbox, or my Xbox did. Like, it's running literally circles around my Xbox. And that thing cost less than an Xbox Series X. And I know this thing can run circles around a PlayStation. If I remember right, wasn't the Series X more powerful than the PlayStation 5? It says a lot, doesn't it?
Prices. Now, this is a tinfoil hat thing, but it is something I've seen some people sort of whispering in my ear and putting in the comment section, which is that maybe it's not necessarily that Sony needs to mark these prices up. It's that they're trying to make it so you're used to how big these price tags are, so you're ready when they announce that PlayStation 6. And no matter what, even if it's $1 cheaper, it feels like a better deal. Oh, right now it's $1,000 to get a PlayStation 5 Pro, but it's only $900, only $900 for a PlayStation 6. Or if they sell it for $850,
Exactly. So if this thing is running circles around a fucking Xbox, that means that this thing is going to run circles around a fucking PlayStation. And yes, it will outperform the PS5 Pro. And I didn't pay top dollar for it. This is why PC gamers are always winning, because we look for that price to performance. And this is why we call out the companies who don't provide the best price to performance. This is why everyone's happy about Intel being here in the GPU market now. Because holy crap, that third competition. And guess what? Both AMD and NVIDIA are trying really hard to get them out. Because they're just as bad, to be honest with you. There definitely was a reason why. So my PC could easily run what was the Crimson Desert. But because NVIDIA and AMD did little things here and there, they didn't optimize it for Intel cards. So when the game came out, if you had an Intel GPU, you couldn't play the game. And everyone kind of was like, what's going on? So people asked Intel. All Pearl Abyss said is, we're working on it now, or we'll get it to you guys soon. Intel said they offered to send them techs to help develop the game for the card. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It only happens in the console space, because it definitely happens in the PC space. But we spend our money on who's going to give us the best bang for our buck. And right now, I know I might get some AMD fanboys and NVIDIA fanboys getting pissed off at me. But right now, I think the best on the GPU market, who's giving you the best bang for your buck, is Intel. Because I'm telling you right now, when they were doing tests with this card up against its competitors, is outperforming them in most cases. So
go, wow, it's $150 cheaper to get that PlayStation 6. Of course I'll trade in my PlayStation 5 Pro and grab it, right? Look at this. People were celebrating the console.
It's very simple. Just don't buy the fucking console. It's almost like it's easy to understand. It's almost like it's simple to understand. Like, how have you not figured this out? If you don't like that price point, don't give him your money. Trust me. It works. You know how we know this? Because PlayStation tried to do the same greedy shit on PC that they do to you guys. You know how long that lasted? Not long. Why? He spoke with our dollar. So, for those of you guys who remember, when Helldivers launched, okay, PlayStation, after a month after its launch, out of nowhere said, you must sign into PSN to play this game, or any other PlayStation game. They had to give refunds to a lot of people because a lot of countries got cut out of that because not every country has access to PSN. Okay. And so, because of that login requirement, PC gamers stopped buying PlayStation games. So they fixed that. Majority of them, anyways. And I'd say about less than a year later, PlayStation turned around and said, they were no longer going to require it. But here's a caveat. Okay. They said, you can sign up and we give you even a bonus. They said they would give a bonus if you did that. Granted, it was only a couple skins for a game that you couldn't get on the console version for other games, but it still worked. Thank you, Eddie.
Console wars over and over again, that exclusives were over. Be careful what you wish for. Without competition, PlayStation can pretty much raise the price and lower their quality. $700 is a pipe dream if the cost to make the system what you wish for.
That's a really bad take. That is a really bad fucking take. First off, Dreamcast guy, why are you using that as anything positive? Exclusivity is anti-consumer and is unsustainable. Both PlayStation and Xbox have both admitted this. Okay. So they both realize this. Because Xbox has already figured it out. That's why they're launching their games everywhere. I personally do not think games should be exclusive. There shouldn't be any exclusive games. I want PC games to go onto console. Barbie games? No.
Without competition.
Waddy, do you play Barbie games?
PlayStation can pretty much raise the price and lower their quality. $700 is a pipe dream if the cost to make the system is $760. Without Xbox pressure, Sony will get every dollar to the consumer. Get ready for the first $800 base console.
No, PlayStation will still have competition. I don't know where you don't see that. Well, I can see that. I like as much pretty much anything too. It's just I like all kinds of games myself. There's games there's games I would never have played before that I've actually tried, both because of Steam and when I was on my Xbox even, because of Game Pass, and I would have never played them. And I'm learning that I'm enjoying more and more games. But PlayStation will still have competition. They will have to compete with Steam. They will still have to compete with Xbox. Okay? Those hardware, those devices are going in the living room. I don't know where you don't understand that. Okay? And if they make Windows and they make their Xbox app more user-friendly and make it more usable, what is stopping it from competing with PlayStation? Xbox didn't say they're done with the hardware. Oh, did he? Nice. Yeah, we're gonna have a couple good streams this weekend. Tomorrow we got a stream where we're gonna be covering someone who's been using YouTube's copyright strike. It's gonna be Rumble Premium only though, but there's someone on YouTube who's been using YouTube's copyright strike, or to false copyright strike people who criticize him. And then on Sunday we're gonna make fun of Cody Bell. Just because I'm not gonna do it on YouTube because he will copyright strike it. He will send a false copyright strike. He does it all the time.
Cheaper than the Pro, but I don't like the fact that you have that competition anymore. I like the fact that people are very, very aware. I do love the fact that people are just so clued into the fact that right now, the thing that makes Sony their best is when they kind of get that gun.
Right? New streams, absolutely. We got a lot coming for you guys. There's a lot I'm working on in the background. I'm hoping to get everything done with Streamlabs on Saturday, so that way next week we can, starting Monday. Obviously, the Rumble only, like the Rumble Premium streams, I'll do directly from Streamlabs, or not Streamlabs, but from Rumble Studios. But when we do our regular streams, it's going to be through Streamlabs.
Their head, right? They perform better under pressure. And right now, Sony can just sit back. You can say,
I'm doing good, Mike. I'm doing good. Alive, breathing, moving, walking, working my ass off. Like I have barely any time to breathe. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, we're not gonna have as long of a stream tonight just due to the fact I got so tomorrow I gotta call the loan office because I'm getting a new truck next weekend. And then I also have to call my old employer because they didn't update my address, so I didn't get my W-2s. So I have to call their HR and get my W-2 sent to me so that way I can do my taxes. So it's going to be busy week. And I'm still going to do the streams. I don't know if we're going to even do a stream on Tuesday, to be honest with you guys. I know we're scheduled to do Sonic Mania, and that was the day I'm hoping to find out if I'm able to fix what? Fatal Vision fucked my shit up? No, he didn't. The dude is just obsessed with me like the rest of the PSG. But anyways, I was hoping for Tuesday to be the day if we fix the frame rate issue that we had with the last game stream we tried. I'm thinking when I do it through Streamlabs, we're gonna have a more it's gonna get fixed because it will no longer be running off the browser, but off of an actual OBS. Exactly what he is. It is a douchebag name. I ran from him 3 times. Where are you getting this? Anyways, let's finish this Dreamcast guy video because I do have things to do and I have to go to bed at a reasonable time.
oh, people bring up Concord too much. Oh, people complain.
Concord sucked. What? We have absolutely good reason to bring up Concord. It flopped. Bad. Really? So you're going to be a keyboard warrior. You do realize I don't do that kind of shit. Okay? If you're going to have if you're going to be like, "Oh, bring it, tough guy." I'm not traveling to you. You have to come to me. We'll find a spot, a time. I'll rock your fucking lights. See, you guys only talk the talk. I walk the walk. Thank you, Eddie. You'll come to me? Yeah, I'm not giving out any information to you, you dumb fuck. You really think I'm going to give you any of my personal information to do that? Okay. Can't walk. I literally walk to work every day and home. Hmm? Really? No, I'm going to do something better. I'm not doing this fucking bullshit. Guys, say goodbye to Mike. See, nothing shuts them up faster than blocking their asses.
About that bad live service push too much. But I think that pressure, a lot of it is coming from the fact that I think people expected more from Sony. That Sony just did so much in the PlayStation 3 generation, making that big comeback. They took a giant 10-year victory lap with the PlayStation 4. And here we are with the PlayStation 5, and they're kind of just sitting back and going, yeah, brother, you'll deal with it. You'll suck it real good, brother. Enjoy that PlayStation 6. So.
And you guys are the ones sucking it. Sad thing is you do realize you guys are the ones who are sucking it. You act like this is what they're gonna do to you, guys, which they will, and you guys will just take it and be like, "Thank you, sir. May I please have another?"
We'll see how next gen goes, but I am still in the camp where even if they hypothetically could release it for $700, I would not bet on it. I would definitely say that I think that what he's essentially saying is that it's going to cost them $700. It ain't going to cost you $700. But that's just some off the cuff thoughts. How do you feel about this? How has your weekend been? Tell me what you've been up to. I've been very much replaying Returnal, getting ready for Sorrows coming up April 30th, I think. Thanks so much for watching this video, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. I filmed this right after waking up. I was literally on my feet from 4 a.m. yesterday until about 9 p.m. yesterday, and I just slept 10 hours, and I just opened up a month.
Oh my god. It's so hard. It's so rough, isn't it? You got it so hard.
Monster. And you know what? Not sponsored. Monster, the maker of videos. Thanks so much for
gonna break your heart. We're partnered with fucking W here, so I don't know, man. Enjoy your little showing off Saginaw corporation without them giving you anything in return. All right, guys. So we're gonna end it here, because I do gotta get to bed. Like I said, I got a lot going on tomorrow. I gotta make quite a few phone calls. I got stuff I gotta do Tuesday. Next weekend's gonna be really rough on making anything. I may still make some shorts next weekend for you guys. I do want to say We are over halfway to monetization for YouTube, and we are over halfway for monetization for TikTok. So if we can get ourselves, if we can get TikTok monetized, we will start. I will set it up, and we'll start streaming to TikTok as well. On top of that, as soon as we hit, I'm allowed to set up super chats for YouTube. I will turn it on for you guys. And then Rumble, you guys already have access to super chats, and Twitch you do as well. Keep in mind, Twitch, if you guys would like to clip parts of the stream, I will upload them onto TikTok, and I will upload them to YouTube, and I will upload them to Instagram. So don't forget to go check out Dubby. Go get yourself a tin, a shaker, clothes, or whatever you want. Use code American Gaming. You'll get 10% off. We'll get there soon. But we're still monetized on a couple of platforms we're streaming here today. So once we get the other two, it'll be smooth sailing from there. But again, don't forget to go check out W. And go get yourself whatever you want to order on their site. They have some really good fucking energy drinks. It's jitterless energy. I like it. You can get yourself a shaker, tube, get the starter kit, try it out. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for joining us here today. And if you guys enjoyed this stream, for those of you guys on Rumble, if you guys would like to contribute, you guys definitely can subscribe. Also, if you'd like, you guys can follow and like, so that way you are notified when things go live. You can do that as soon if once you follow it. Rumble notifies you when you follow, when stuff goes up and when stuff goes live. And then Twitch, if you guys would like to support the channel, you guys can follow, and then also you guys can subscribe if you guys want. Of course, I'm not telling you guys have to. Just being here is amazing. I appreciate it every time. I want to give you guys the best I can give you guys for content. And you guys are amazing. Green Thumb, you've been here for so long. I appreciate it. So till tomorrow, for those of you guys on Rumble. And remember, guys, go over to Rumble, create an account, get set up with Rumble Premium, and come join us for tomorrow. And then also we'll have another stream on Sunday. Okay? These aren't obviously scheduled streams. We're just covering a couple people that are notorious for sending false copyright strikes. And I also, because I am part of the channel is part of the creator program, I have to get so many hours of Rumble Premium streams in. That's a way of doing it. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for joining us here today. And until next time, stay frosty.